Fresh. Are you liar? Fresh. Are you liar? Fresh. Fresh. Are you liar? Fresh. Fresh. Are you liar? Fresh. Are you liar?
bajja kuba balinaitwe hano kandi bali mu Uganda. Tulinawo omukutu gwaitu gwa Zoom, bagenda kuba bala Zoom. Abantu ne bajja mpora mpora obwire buno ngenda ku
Fresh. Fresh.
Are you liar?
Fresh.
Are you liar?
Asa we Fresh.
Are you liar?
kubaza olujungu watu baza olujungu na French yanga be okuga kamutiba yanga be takusobola kumanya olimo kubaza olujungu lwa timsobola kulesinga hantu wona na wekyo ndi musajja kuira kuna kubaza olujungu ekyo so muntu nakusa kumanya ali ndugiru baito kuba ni baza olunyoro omuntu kumanya mumanyi ogwo musajja munyoro there's no question maybe msako ni mkurengenya mwingine maybe mkabata ogwo musajja munyoro ndika kubaza olunyoro ya kwenda abigire weka ya kwata kubaza kumujya kiri na wekyo culture nibo nikaka manyikirizo akayo umuntu enjwa asajja bana bajora makanzu kumanya manyanda asajja bana bagiriga oli wisaza wakabaka baitu hakiri tukimanyire nti bagirenka na wekyo ihanga lyaitu rundi culture yaitu kuhangira no wetu kusobora kubaho abantu batari kurungu obuyo busubuzi kintu kikuru nakasubika kila munakasubikana hali ebintu bingi bigenda maiso Bunyoro amagita bwazokere nebindi kikuru no kutwara maiso ebyo busubuzi niko tulenti abantu baitu bagoboroiremu tourism rundi byoburambuzi nakyo kintu kikuru tukende baza kuna hawa hamagita abantu bakura oil and gas buli omuntu asemererwa buli omuntu abe excited baitu kandi oburambuzi bwijja kubikara n'abatu bakahwero ito hatu kwa tukyali bana batukimanyiro daktari kubamani walalo bijuka habago motoko waleta gabarambuzi wateka kuba baragiga zetu na magita kataka izire baita abarambuzi baruhu hata magita gaizire bakitugambira bakugungweje kumara emyaka 25 gabuweyo baita oburambuzi bakusigala na bakinyo pro nti oburambuzi kiri kimwe kihabintu ebikuru muno ebikujja kutwala Bunyoro maiso emyaka hari ebintu bitali hapa nk'enyanja nk'ekikonko it's a very big tourist attraction kumugura abantu mugenda murura ebibale murura ebintu bayizito tuyina ebintu ebirungi ebitali kugenda kukwaho jejuwe nabekyo kurora nti tuyikalire hamu twatekaniza twara ebintu ebimuli kujja kukurakuraniza twara Bunyoro maiso kintu kikuru nabekyo ngoza kibasimira nkurora omusumikani zono atanje kumusembere okekirungi asembere na nyoni malira kandi kwazi bigambo keyo ebyo kukingura okukora guno no kubatangiya yino okusemererwa okwingi muno tena okukira okuba kintu kitekereza kiri kimu habigenderwa byaitu okukama kuba tusimikaniza Abanyoro bona ruli kujugunga ruli kumobilize kandi tukikora tukwataniza hamu n'abanywanyi baitu n'abantu abandi abagonza Bunyoro n'abantu abandi abaitekereza kiyaitu rundi strategic partnerships nabekyo bino muhimu gwamani muno kurwa nti kino kyahikira kino kandi nyina nokusemererwa kurwa nti ngwenda musobere kujja n'abandi abali omuhanda n'abandi abakutura hamikutwetaliemu nimbatangira kandi ngenda kukingura gukora oguno kino gube omugaso muno bulete ebirungi bingi hari Abanyoro bona hari bakali hari okukama bwaitu Bunyoro Kitara hari abantu baitu bali muno kukuliriza angeza kutamba angeza mwebingwa angeza nkyana
Fresh.
kandi omukwega kwaitu netuhondera emikoro kumanya turuganka kikekiriyo ekyokurora nti omukiro waitu ono obugambo bwabalizo obwo tusiimire muno mumwongeremu obugambo webale muno hati program tugenda kitanga twine bagenzi baita bali mu Uganda kukumbagambire ke bali suppose kuba niba presentinga bali Uganda ananka azungu President tulinaho mugenzi waitu Busobozi Godfrey at work. Ajja kuba n'abaza education eya omukama waitu bwa Bunyoro eyemereire eta n'ageza okutuwoleka nkaha alitukusobola kutandikira nakiki ekigenda mu maiso bwaki ekikusobola kutuyamba itwe nka Bunyoro n'abaana baitu okuzaala bakusobola kutandikira nkaha amanyire education nigwo musingi gwananka gwa community zaitu. So nukwo tusobole kumanyisa bagenzi baitu na generations ezikweyongeraho nokubayamba nk'abali bakusobola kutandikira kuyimukya ihanga lyaitu lya Bunyoro. Aija karukaho Ronald Mwesigwa Twoki nobwo ajja kuba n'abaza habyeitaka na real estate omukama bwaitu obwa Bunyoro. Then tuija kweyongeraho na nomukiro waitu ekitiine Safiri Pokatokoire Twoki ajja kuba n'abaza bigenda mu maiso tourism ya Uganda. Then tujja kweyongeraho aho tujja genda mu break katoito break egikiregeera. Then tujja kufa tuine mugenzi waitu Lucy aliguma Twoki ajja kuba n'abaza agribusiness omukama waitu bwa Bunyoro region yona. Then tubajja tuina omugenzi waitu engineer Donald Asiimwe Kiki n'agenda kubaza abyamafuta. Abona abantu abankubaza haabo amukola ne babaza bayina obumanyirizibwa bwingi muno areas ezo zo barumo nka educational amafuta amafuta omuland bayina na hati kantwara kabisa kano tuteekeho amakutu muliro kati. Tulindo tugenda kutaho mugenzi waitu alinzire for a long time Busobozi Godfrey Twoki ali mu Uganda ngira kyali Uganda kuli hati kano obwire obulaba buli kuli hati kiro
Mulindo. I don't know, is the technical team now ready for me to present?
Yes, hati Mr. Hani tulikurungu. Okay, Twoki akazinda tukakuhaire kukurabiramu emyenda ya Kitara ikalire hano egoza kura obumanyirizi bwawe your expertise omu area ya education kandi okugambire byona bikwata education abukama bwaitu bwa Bunyoro. Webale muno kazinda rogawo.
Kandi okubabaye mu planning meeting tukaba tuplaningire nti audience twaba targetingire tuli kugigondesa Bunyoro kugigondeze muntu wena nikuna abatakayizire mu Bunyoro basobole kuyija ate nja kusaba abampuliriza kandi abakundula turubate tutyo nitwetegerezangana njagigenda mu Rujungu nindeka muga. So we are looking at education transform. And as a region, Bunyoro, we are really grappling with issues of a better place to be. Fortunately, in the audience, we have legislators, we have doctors, we have scholars, and it is a mixed audience. So I chose that we shall first of all look at this Bunyoro at a glance, and we see what is there in the Bunyoro, because this is the Bunyoro Convention here in the US. If we go to the next slide, you will see that on my left, you have the king seated in the muko, and then you have the traditional dancers, and that is the area called Bunyoro, which is found in the Midwestern of Uganda. Now, today, what do we have in education in the area of Bunyoro? If you look at the current status, the next slide now, you realize that Bunyoro has a total of 2,380 schools. Within these, we have 733 nursery schools, 1,434 primary schools, 197 secondary schools, 3 B2B schools, 9 tertiary schools, and 2 teacher colleges. Effects on us, very, very devastating, like it was elsewhere in the world. When you look at the effects of COVID in Europe, it cuts across like it was anywhere else in the country called Uganda, and more so in the world. So it creates a lot of challenges for us as the people. For instance, world over, more than 23.8 million children. And here we are talking of both children in the primary and these youth within the secondary sector and up to the university level. These people are estimated to drop out of school. And this is according to the UN, the report which it issued out in August of 2020. Now, however, because of this crisis, we need to take advantage of it. We need to reflect, and we look at an investment angle. We are in the US now, as we are seated here. And we have our sons and daughters. Abana bumuka mulao, mukanywana, mukasalimikago. Tukwenda mutusakire, mugaro muka, so that we can invest in education. You have had the opportunity that we don't have a university. We are having all these other schools they have listed like above. So how do we contribute to the education and make it a better place than what it is, so that we can inherit this better Bunyoro to our children than the one which we found? Now, the avenues are very ripe. Why do we have to invest in education during this COVID time? If we go to the next slide. We are, therefore, I'm going to narrow my discussion to the private sector, because we are looking at private investment. We leave the public. Particularly the private schools at all levels, in this case, it will require a multi-stakeholder approach to have these challenges addressed. One, you look at scaling as an education initiative, which will require strong leadership. You people in the diaspora, you hold the money. We have the leadership back home. I was listening to our catechumen give us a presentation, and I always see Honorable Barnabas raising a lot of issues on public fora. we need to address the issue of leadership, right away from our family level up to the highest level. If we need to be, maybe in the near future, we should have a president from Bunyoro. That is food for thought. I have not said we can't have one. So, why do we have to invest in Bunyoro? We have to invest in Bunyoro because we have some key strengths of investing in the education tech sector, generally in the country called Uganda, and then we narrow down to Bunyoro. Let us look at Uganda. The next slide, when we look at those key areas. Now, there is a political commitment to both equitable access and quality education for all Ugandans. Because currently, the trend is we need to have quality education. We are grappling with improving the quality of education. And as we speak now, Ugandans know a number of teachers, if not all schools in Uganda, they are meant to be on an industrial action where there is a discrepancy in the payment for scientists and artists. And why is this all happening? It's all about improving the quality. Now, you as investors, the money people who are having some money bags and you have made friends, we need to come and improve the quality of education in Bunyoro. When you come with the money, with the right attitude, with the right environment, with the correct leadership, then we can be able to invest in this sector and we make our area of Bunyoro a better place than the one which we found. This is very possible because we have an enabling policy framework, we have the human resource which is qualified, the education sector was fully regularized, the functionality, particularly when it comes to the data interface, it is available. That's what you want, and it is user-friendly, and the government of Uganda really babysits investors. So we can take advantage of that opportunity. Mujum can come back home and you do investment and also attract those people who do not come from Bunyoro to also come and invest home. Why home? Why Bunyoro? The environment is very, very conducive. Now, this conducive environment calls for the foreign investors and even the local citizens alike to have this investment occur. Because in Bunyoro, we already have some very forward-looking Bunyoro who have invested in education, both in the primary sector and in the secondary sector. I don't want to mention people's names here, nor do I want to mention schools, because that would tantamount marketing, and I don't want to pass the bill over for having marketed them in the Bunyoro US diaspora. However, the environment is very, very conducive because at a national level, Uganda has now achieved the macroeconomic stability, though there is now a rise in inflation because of the current trends of the global happenings. But so far we are doing well, and we hope things will become much, much better. As we are speaking today, Uganda has a very good education system, which is producing very trainable human resource. And Ugandans are very bright people because they eat very good food, particularly in Bunyoro. We eat karo. Karo is millet. And we have the lake, the Kalbat, where we get our fish. And you know, fish, the head of the fish contains oil, which nourishes our brains to become very sharp. So when you come and invest in Bunyoro, really, there is nothing to worry about. All is perfect. The opportunities are there. And when it comes to the land tenure system, when you are coming to invest, we basically have the customary, the freehold, the minor, and the leasehold. But particularly for our Bunyoro area, we are looking at the freehold and the customary. And the biggest landlord is BKK, the Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom. Fortunately, the Mripro is there. He can give us more details on how we can acquire the land to do this kind of investment. And also, because the Constitution of Uganda tells us all land belongs to the people. The people have got their own land in their own right. So when you come to invest, you will do a negotiation, systems are clear, you will be able to get the land you want and you will be able to invest. Now, fortunately, we have of recent it as a blessing to be given within the education sector. So our oil and gas as an opportunity to invest in education means therefore that since this is a new sector which has been really developed, it is going to attract a lot of people from all walks of life, including expatriates. And when they come to Bunyoro to work in this sector, they have to take their children to school. Do we have the schools where these children will learn and study? And it is you and me who are seated in this meeting today who can provide this opportunity, and we tap into it and we make sure that from today and onwards, we kill two birds using one stone. We have the oil and we invest in education for a better future and the survival of Bunyoro. Because without education, then we shall be left wondering, we shall be asking a few questions here and there. Now, the other areas in this oil and gas sector, we are looking at the technical professional training. We don't have UPIC, the Uganda Petroleum Institute in Chibumba, which is only giving this technical training. But if you are an investor, because oil and gas sector is a very big sector, there is still that opportunity where you can be able to invest. When we look at in-service specialized training, let us look at this. Uganda does not own pre-primary schools. They all entirely lie in the hands of the local people. But if you narrow down and you go to Bunyoro, look at how many pre-primary schools do we have. We can refer back to the earlier statistics which I gave you in my opening slide. You realize this is a great area. If I'm asking this audience here tonight where we're sitting this morning in the US and it is evening in Uganda, in that audience, how many of us went to nursery schools? You will be very amazed. But you need to find out how much we miss. So when there is this opportunity, please come and invest in it, please. Let us look at the private education. As I earlier on said, yes, a few of our local investors have invested in the primary sector, but how many primary schools do we have in Uganda that really would meet the standards which can accommodate the others, even ourselves, at that level as expected level of quality education? I know for a fact, if we were to go to Hoima as the main seat of the kingdom, I only know of two primary schools which are worth mentioning of the names, but I will not go into it. So this area is still very, very free. I will use that word. So let us come and invest. The opportunity is there, and you won't regret it. If you go to the secondary education, until recent, when we had an establishment of one of the good performing private secondary school, which is headed by a former politician, but now I don't know if he's still in politics, but I leave that aside. We were really struggling. Schools, it is a mess, but we can do better because it is us ourselves who can only transform what we have. Government cannot do what it can only do what it can, and the missionaries did what they did. Now it is our time. So if we want quality, how do we ensure that there is quality? In terms why are these young men and young ladies becoming pregnant when they are still teenagers, and yet they can be attracted to have skills which will be able to grow them and they help in the development of the economy of Bunyoro. So, ladies and gentlemen, the opportunity is there. You can talk of machinery, you can talk of plumbing, you can talk of masonry, you can talk of the electrical engineering, you can talk of concrete works. Unfortunately, when you go, when you take this technical profession, the government of Uganda has given us an opportunity. When you follow the career path, you will be able to grow. You start with a certificate, you get a diploma, you get a degree, you get a master's, a PhD, and you become a professor. It doesn't matter. Even if you began as an artisan, once you get that certificate and you are able to have interest in growing your career path, you'll be able to go to another level. Actually, as parents, I can give you this opportunity. When your child finishes senior 4, other than continuing with A level to go to the university, you can have a branch. You go and have a certificate, take for instance, in civil engineering. You get a certificate in bricklaying. And after 2 years, you graduate, then you go back for another 2 years, you get a diploma. And remember, along that way, you'll be working and earning. By the time you reach the university, to get your degree in civil engineering, if you had wanted much earlier, if you had taken the direct route, you'll be having both. You'll be having the degree, and at the same time, you'll be having the money, because you have the skills and you're able to work. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the tertiary level, and if I'm to be sincere, for today, we don't have a single university in Europe. We are still hoping that now the government gave us a public university, soon it will be able to stand and walk. But this area, it needs further discussion. We will not open a Pandora box, where the box so much. Now, how I have tried to summarize these opportunities and conclusively, because I'm being told I'm in time, but it's running faster. If we look at the private investment in Uganda's education sector, it has an important role to play. Here, it will be able to transfer new technologies to our locals. It will be in position to increase the rural incomes, and at the same time, it will be able to promote balanced incomes and consequently have the socio-economic development across Europe. This education, which I'm talking about, it can be in a position to put our people on a path towards good health. I have explained above. Empowerment and employment, because many of our people in Bunyoro are not empowered. And do you know why? It's because they are not informed. They don't know. The few of us who know, we cocoon. And surprisingly, even those of us who know, we have never given the opportunities. And the reason is, on average, each additional year of education will be able to boost a person's income by 10%. And consequently, this will be able to increase the country's GDP by 18%. Now, if we are going to grow Bunyoro and live in a very beautiful Bunyoro, somebody is going to talk about the tourism potential. You will not benefit from all these opportunities if we don't put our education right. So therefore, I would say in conclusion, come home, let us invest in education in Bunyoro and we make Bunyoro great again. I thank you. Thank you for listening to me.
Fresh.
Are you liar?
Bavuga ngo mu buguriro obulugire owa Busobozi Godfrey Apoki nabaza education
fresh.
Are you liar?
As we fresh.
Are you liar?
As we fresh. Fresh. Fresh.
Are you liar?
As we fresh.
When I make house omukiro waitu oyina ekyokwenda kwongeraho abigambo
obali muno omusumikaniza omukolo guno okulanmuza kusima okitinisa Godfrey Musobozi ababigambo ebirungi tugambire ebikwata byenyegesa omukama gwaitu wa Bunyoro Kitara muza kandi twalongesa guno kutangira okitinisa seera baitazi mukurasi waitu kuga mpaguzi waitu tabaruke konge na mabare kuija Bunyoro obusobozi Godfrey kubazirika mu birungi mude bikwata abyenyegesa Bunyoro baitu kandi kimada kwongeraho kandi project turateekaho munamaani kujugumbya Abanyoro rundi abazaire mu Bunyoro kurwata abaana abokuba kirungi kuteeka amasomero n'okuteekamu esente kutandika amasomero amajyaka bayi amasomero gaita gakira Bunyoro n'okukira muno gatwakwesire technical institutions ezo enrollment y'abaana Abanyoro eri hansi muno actually take kuhingura mu 20%. Kiema Technical College, Uganda Petroleum Institute Kigumba, Aro Technical College endi Himba, Nursing School, Oima, enrollment take kuhingura 20% ey'abaana baika Abanyoro. Abantu abakira obwingi bakwani bakuruka umuhanga gani nabeki ego mutukwa tusikiriza abantu kutekamu sente byenyegesa tuna no kutekereza hakujugumbya abazaire kubanza kikwatana n'ikingambire tuwa tubakozere n'amaani batunge sente zokusomesa abaana kubateeka mu masomero baitu kandi n'okubajigumbya omumugaso gw'okwegesa ebyo byonna tuli kubikora hamwe nti otwala tuteeke sente omukwegesa tujugumbya ati olina kuseera market okukora amasomero amalungi rundi ekika kya haiguru rundi omutindo gwa haiguru abazaire bajja kuba ne basobola nabo kintu kibeera tulina kubikora hamwe twagambe multi-pronged approach tujugumbya abazaire batunge sente household income kutwara bora batwaira omaiso entaja yabo bakora entaja yabo maiso batwara abantu masomero baitwa kimu habizibe bitwina muno omubyenyegesa nti abazaire tibakusomesa abaana nabo ekitu abebembezi omumiringo yona hali tukali abakurasi olukwatu lwaitu lwihanga abakurasi olukwatu lwaitu olwa Bunyoro abagato bakabumba n'enyonyi ene ngenda Kitara kujugumbya abazaire kurora omugaso gw'ebyenyegesa nabekyo obutinisa mukuru Godfrey Musobozi nsimbire muno obubazo lwabo baitu tulina ekyo nakyo kandi tukyongeremu amaanyi bebali muno
atwoke obugambo buli
fresh.
have lost me, right?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, tukubura.
Okay.
Fresh.
Are you liar?
As I we fresh.
Are you liar?
As I we
basobole kutwala abaana mu masomero abo kuba colleges zino eziriyo nga kwagambira omuyikirwa technical college tulina muwenda
fresh.
Are you liar?
As I we fresh.
Are you liar?
ekutukwataho hakuwaki netuyiruka omukka kandi tusomere tulina okumanya tulina obukugu netutagarukayo okuyamba community ekasobola kuyimuka. So it is the whole cocktail. When Mungambire, Mungwenda were limiting my discussion to this paper which I have presented today, and I was justifying as to why we need to invest in education, and I gave all these opportunities and why these people should be able to come and invest home so that we can have better education and better standing. Thank you very much.
Engere banyanjirege bakunyeta tika simile bana basateni mpulirize omuhike banabaza no presenta waitu osoboze babaza comment yange hali usobozi ongerereza inywe aba nyakuli ku ekya akibalizeho about the quality of education that we get kuli kuno I would say in niche on your side kuno morozire the quality of education era haiguru naitwe singa mwijja kuli nikyo mukaleta yo most likely mujja ku attractinga abantu baingi mu masomero aga gemuratandika ronde agi busoboza kubagambira because kwenda kuba icyo kurora mu Uganda literally isomero lirimu irimanyire iri adopting the systems engere abakuno begesa na babungereza that is Road Development Center. Road Development Center ugenda yo mazire degree myaka ena y'amateka nuho ugendayo system yibasomesa in at the Road Development Center niyo kuno approach literally bakozesa from nursery up to university itu a way to China we don't have so singa mwija kuinvestiga owaitu mukaleta that approach mutadoptingire the traditional methods. I know to changing the curriculum, but to kugeza we have just moved one term. In your maziri a long period in observing system zahanu, and that is a type of education we need way back in our respective places. Ekindi ekibaliziwe omukirwa abantu batayito abali mu masomero, it is true. Kimu kikurugira habusobozi ekindi kikurugira hali Bunyoro busobozi kyabalize kugamba abantu tebakwenda but tukwenda tutapini mu bantu aba diaspora kugaruka omuka muka demonstratinga ngukusoma abokuba abakira muno abali kuno musomere kusoma kwino omugaso hakyaro. For instance, no wanyu noborabo tajjayo emyaka 6-7 gezaho yombeke yakaju abantu bararaba hogane bagenda iso ingere ya Dr. Ikara America kija kuba karo ikinte chiraba kora okurora ngo let me also do some effort akasomera ka baje kutandika kurondereza yuko kasomera ka primary nka nabo batandika kugenda mu isomero irwagenzire because bakwenda kwisana kainde. So mutaba a total discouragement to us kikuisaga ko oli muntu bakunira kuba oli unokole bite by'ubujunanizibwa kunbakurura ka to kubikora. So nicho tukubasaba abantu aba mu diaspora kasente mukatransforminga other than mukole bintebe bira demonstrating bira attracting omwana wa hansi kurura buya ya attracted kugenda mu masomero mwebale muno.
Webale muno.
Mr. Sobos, Stewart Mwesigwa here. I happen to be Ninanyowe na bakuru bano kulenga heru mutakama ngo hano kubandi doctor nkona nyombeke isomero libe lyange doctor tukusobola kukwataniza abanyora bali Bungereza, abanyora bali hano mu America, abali Sweden naito kwatampora bali kiryango bekitoba nitugamba tukole isomero tu improvinge kitoba doli parajoki aga masomero gono gakuba gali hamutindo goze nezo technical za Bunyoro busoboza kubazaho tusa kuikoro muina access to donors. They have a lot of equipment ezibakusa kuhereza tukabitwara abakwega kuombeka abakwega kukanika ebakusobora kukozesa batayizire makerere batagenzere Bungereza kusoma. They can read from down there. So ekinkulenga ugamba tukwatanize. Unfortunately I happen to be in one club eyibeta tukwatanize tukiakwataniza tukarugireyo kurungi bati nayo yabanyoro nanyo abaheru mukwatanize tuleke kirekero muntu kwa Dr. Omani nuwayo beke somero ronde mwene wa salo hano kawiso nuwayo beke hotel goza hotel tukusakwa partnerships PPP tilikuwa mukutesa honorable Barnabas government na ye kilozere habwaye yonka tekumaraho leta twije things are evolving tekusobora kubikora ekabihikiriza na habwekyo mukusaba kwekwata aba America aba UK aba Sweden Japan nimutekereza tekazo lyanyu mukwatirira hamu kusaba koza Bunyoro ka uniting factor nitusobora kugenda maiso. Thank you very much.
Obugalo. Abagonzebwa. Abalungi. Nga bana bakyalinzire kandi tubaganyire nti kulo bwire bwekiro kandi tutandikege tukerereiwe so mwija kunganyira emikono ngibwaine leka tu bulomalaali ahandike kabuzo kye alikiri twija kusobora kisindika ananka presenter akitugaruke muna kasimu obolana okenda twija kapo baitu mwija kunganyira munabo akaire kandi kindi kimbaini nsaba nti okutwaba tufune represent only tugenda kuhayo kadakika kamu oba bubiri abw'ebihabuzo baitu akaire kano mwija kunganyira muno ngenda kuleeta mugenzi waitu abaze abigambo by'eitaka na real estate omu Bunyoro Kitara region Ronald Mwesigwa atwoke kanihire ali amukuto yes
Semeriro muno kuba part of this convention amabara bagabagambireira kandi iteka muno
tukuhulire
mwebali muno n'abanyoro n'abanyakati nywena abali mu mahanga ga Bulaya America n'abandi bona abanyoro n'abanywanyi baitu omukagwa bakutuliriza bakampa omugisa guno gw'okubazaho real estate mu Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom yasiima kandi nyalenga okuteekaniza kyonka omugano nteekaniza akawulo ebintu biri bingi muno kyonka kandi obwire buli butiito ekyokola nebimpandiikire biri bitiito brief to the point Minisaba koragana na yakalimagezi agenda slide ya kabiri Bunyoro ekorwamu districts nizezo 8 abali Bulaya n'abali America nizezo kyonka buli kara muno zikala ziri Hoima Kibali Masi kyonka hati zahiga districts 8 kyonka kandi ogarukireyo mu byahandikirwa history ekungamba nti Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom kabankoto okira wano bakutugambira okubona okuwata gwa Buganda yatandikiraga northern bypass harubiji batufunza batugarura ariko mayanja bagaruka batufunza batugarura kafu ati ntaho tuli ne mapa gimukurora ni hawo ikwingana habwire buno niyegyo eitaka lya Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom rundi nze twagambira katugende neza habwa kasumi akokubaho obusinge n'obumu tugenda omaiso mukuru ndengera bakwenda kwetegereza real estate nyagamba nti land and any other man-made additions nkebyo ebindi byona bya omuntu ateekaho birugira just an addition, but land is a key aspect in real estate. Kandi tusoma mu Bible kubanza Genesis 12:7 Mukama Ruhanga yagabaga ekisembo yagabaga yabaga itaka Ibrahimu bakabaraganiza itaka lya Kanani n'abantu bengi muno mu bayibuli omwo babene bagenda promise ya mukama yabahereza was land, so we need to take land very very seriously abokuba nikyo kisembo kya mukama agaba kandi usawo investment eri yona happening haitaka tuina tenure systems rundi mulengo kigu omuntu holding itaka tuina omumayiro land aro freehold leasehold na customary. To me, Bunyoro tukizire muno ku emphasizing a customary abokuba niriyo nugo mulingo gwoholinga mu itaka otayina hakutera hamabega toyina kihandiko toyina the holding is perpetuity generations na generations zanyu nizija nizitunga itaka iri lyehini mwikayo mwino ekintu kindi fact endi nti Bunyoro titwinamu land titles nkokiri suppose kuba nk'abantu bandibona kubayitinaku land titles ezo okuba norora ebichweka bya Buganda ekatunga land titles niziruga omu mikono y'abajungu itu hano Bunyoro tatunga ekindi nti price ya amataka gano it is not regulated. It's one key area where there is no regulation. Prices abakiro wingi determining forces of demand and supply. So obukuba nogenda kurora wewe nkugula itaka kichweka kiti eitaka lirasendezinga buli omuhereza his own price, his own sente z'uguru itaka eri. So we just need to also take note of that. A case in point is ahali babere nibombekera oluguddo lwa Kaisotoni. Price along that road ekabaga mu mitwaro million nga emu ibiri maximum isatu. But because there came an investor or investors akana bakoraho development kogoli yajaga na gama kwenda ikemu sente zinga na kusasura million makumi atatu. So the price had to shoot up mainly because of the hiking demand for that land. Amataka gandi gakyangwali ila buli twagambaga kitangwali ekara y'abasuubuki abanyarwanda bakuga Burundi bakuga Kongo bayizire as political refugees tutanga kusagenda you no genda hali you amali hali yoki. But right now what is happening is Kyangwali has become a hot cake because hali ya mafuta ugayizire the price of land had to shoot up. Bulisa in 2010 eitaka ika plot mzazi ekwirukira An acre, I had a chance to call my friend Mujib Burita Kanga Bulisa. What was the reaction? It is impossible. We talk solar, the weather is harsh. But what is happening right now? I bought an acre, acres of land. I bought some acres. But by then, I bought an acre at 250,000 shillings. Sasa zino an acre in Bulisa, ekugurwa million 25 So we need to wake up and see that there is need to invest in Bunyoro, Mataka, real estate as soon as now. No matter what million 25, you need to come now because as time goes by, Ika million stand and it will be very impossible for us to get it. Tulekire ebintu bino twabirekera abantu bana bezire nimo kujja kola kukula Mataka abasajja batubayigaliro hano tutunulire more especially hali tukukara tumuga lugamba aiki kisozi ekyo kivale okuhatanye kobe obaite bakukulize itaka ito abanyoro tuguza bayizire bulijja at the banks of the river mukivale no forest which have been they have taken advantage of us ni bagenani balima and they have gotten a lot of money tuliba road how Bunyoro is Mr. is a title so we are more focused on a title than the benefits that we can accrue or derive from us working hard and synergizing to make Bunyoro a better person. Ekikusebe has laid in. The suburbs have come closer. Suburbs ebichweka ebibere nebikurakurana ebichweka bya kijungu ebichweka bya ebibere birimu abantu bakiganda before commercialize because people have become too many. Abaikara kijungu abantu batangikuba yone batekama mu office nizo ziri kijungu omurani murora abayijja honyuma umwana gugenda Bujumbura from Spice FM radio abantu bayikara hoga nkamaka gawe sazino harimo ama hotel sazino harimo ama office sazino harimo radios harimo pharmacies harimo all that kind of development. So it is not the Hoima of then, that time when we used to come into Rora. Sazino, eventually, and good zirimu, eventually, bizire, kind of van, but investing. They are really investing. Unfortunately, ito tukutunda, tukakwa tukakaka, ahara kuli haravan bandi, barugiti. To get him, Mr. Operator. To get them housing, there is a housing shortage of 2.1 million units. This is the national statistics. They are growing 200,000 annually. In Uganda, now, Hoima, study Ekiakorwa, our Islamic property. They are studying the housing needs in the Alberta region. But you can even see by mere observation, before even we go to the statistics gathered by the technical person, amaju ito mtumere tuliyo mu formal employment ojja kulola haizire banka for example eina abakozi ikumi there is a scramble for houses within the Hoima city itself within the town nogamba kuseera kati kukularamu nikakubura for only 10 people abaizire mu Hoima. Now that shows you that there is an opportunity. If you want to get investing on build, to want the Kurora demanded in car. And we will lay Harbuki, but struggling to Kugura the product XYZ. That's where we need to focus and throw our money because there is a dire demand for housing units Muhoima. Now, back to Gambia, there is no national housing and construction company in Hoima. Tell you private developers, the Jomai, the Zion, Canon site, and whatever. These about create affordable housing units. What are we doing? Now I try to look through nkasanga harimo estate kutandika bagenda gene estate Eribulera. They have the land around 10 acres demarcating plots but infrastructure, but it has not yet kicked up. Bakutunda plots. Now there are those who are going to sell plots, those who are going to sell houses, those who are going to go into renting out of this unit. It is really moving. And remember, they're telling us that the oil sector is over 1 million people. Now, remember, I was telling you about the 10 people brought by Bunyoro by one institution, one small bank, a branch. 10, and there is a scramble. Now, what if there is 1 million people about the oil and gas? What will we do? To get to so if we are not ready, if we don't make ourselves ready now, the forces of demand and supply get for residents in our own hometown. So we have about but I am sure by this project, the oil project, about 1 million plus by the buying and demand money. So to serve to go and to what it next slide, sir. So to be ensure Haiguru into housing units lacking. Real facts about real estate in Bunyoro is 71% of constructed out of temporary materials. How much you call it temporary materials? I'm actually again Bulisa is where I come from, by the way. Amaju Bombe we can understand because it's a hot area. Until we are going to Bunyoro, I'm going to Bunyoro town na handinga bagenda kuomesa amaju abo Bunyoro. It is the design. But that is the fact. Omukono olw'obuliisa teekeriyo abantu is very slow. Musangangu development ekichumbiro kitunulire mu kioloni kitunulire sitting room ola kubana tukya akapoka kokya ondi kuna kutwaje mabageni. It is a hazard. So we need to eat abantu bakwetegerezamo ababoine rubasire harimo ikalire mbo inejo harungi muno. That kind of planned development, we need to shift it. You can transfer by the house from USA to Bunyoro. You don't move it because it's not movable, but you can either sell it or you can acquire something and then you construct or you can copy and paste the same design that side and put it here. It is the best way that you can do. Inadequate infrastructure, many Bagandira settlement area. Estate, one of the presumed estate is to cover now. Abantu bagenda bombeka a unit karimu obundi you come over to Bhutan and we're calling it an estate. But you can see there are no infrastructure. Abantu bakwenda kuruga hamini muyabo bajuwahire bayikaro mwaka agabarimu. Bagende bazane basketball in that same real estate, swimming in that same real estate, bazane squash, tennis, basketball, table tennis, or name it. But in the current state, infrastructure and settlements, they are too way below the standard. There is growth of slums and informal settlements. Because second to get housing estates is supposed those who are undertaken by people who are technical, who have a lot of money to invest in quality housing units and housing estates. High cost of houses on the market. Because the demand and supply have too much, there is a huge disequilibrium. Abantu bagenda constructing amaju gabo, but because the demand is too you stay in there for 1 month or 2 months and then you go. How much? 2.5 million shillings. And then you're giving why not profit. Is a certain lawyer, a friend of mine. It is being rented out at 3 million shillings. So in America, you take an event to be carrying you have no real touch on ground. Things have changed. You need to come down, invest, and become the people and make changes that we want in this area. Demand and supply distribution in the Gambia, most new construction targeting the most high income earners, yet 65% of housing needs is for affordable and low-cost housing. Low-cost housing units in Sudan, so the Gambia much as we are targeting the real big estate, better want to work on the Baija, but when the Baija community come, units so do and these are high ranking people. What is really tiny number in Kampala because the family is in Kampala. Community come. Let's take advantage of the condominium law to get it to become to guys subdividing. Some of you I know it had only but each one has its own room, self-contained with the kitchen, and you just share the sitting room. We need to replicate this kind of technology, this kind of innovation, this kind of design, so that our people never truly value well. Yes, this is what we are going through. The planning authority, if you go to the next slide, the Japan Aurora, Mbohoka is one of the key places in Kipuru, Kiangwari sub-county. But planning meaning that if you are right there, you can divide yourselves into sub areas or sub sectors. I don't know investing. You know what investing on beach, you going to man entertainer, you going to finish, you going to have a summer where you did it. When we come to America, Mukaija, Kagenda Kiangwari, Kagenda Muka, how do you propose the beach? Spreading over water, it is spreading into water on top of water. That's how the design is. I want to do like that on top of water, and Sariyama is the beach, turning into the water. There are areas where it's kind of is a tax park. I want to be interested in transport business. Hariuma area, the recreation centers. Hariuma area is golf, people who are into sports and games. Yeah. Next slide. So these are some of the key areas. Ngambere Hotel at Kiakapere, Kiina, that is in Kikuve, Haro Tax Park, Abakonda Kora Tax Park, there's that beach. Yeah. Nabulisa Hariyo in Yanja, Hariyo Museni, people can come and develop those areas. Golf course, Hoima Kikuve, we need those. They are planned abattoirs. It will abattoir muhimu. Kyokaliyo ebisori basara buli kilo. Niba bisara buli kilo kyokali haba kubisalira wewe mukama wakani watu linda kaba na Uganda. Otherwise they don't befit the standards that we want to achieve. So those are the areas. Abakwenda kulima agriculture land is video. Kyangwali, Mulisa, Hoima, Kibale. We know all those areas. The planning units that take out the marketing, those things. Warehouses, where they were constructing these warehouses. Kikuve, they are constructing, somebody has constructed around 6 of them right now. Very, very area. But that area has been gazetted or demarcated. Warehousing systems. Now, there is a man in Kikuve who is developing what is called a Chinatown. tegedde makete leero bagikola apartments tukuzeetaaga muhoima kikube area zona zikyali very much obugenda hansi police, municipality, these are the key areas. Hello, Diagama. Well, but if we're connecting to you go onto this map of Agama, going to marketed and maybe agriculture, trading centers, shops and commercial business houses. Zones are indicated in this plan. So we have them. If the authorities have them, they need people to take courage bakaje bakora investing on meet bino chakabine bibazo kakugenda hansi aka slide kakubazaho we can move on sir. So tukusaba abantu abaloko muyite mutweteranize okwana abantu nnyo akole enkulakulana kandi tukole eri enkulakulana egyakutwala omumaiso abangi muno baikalimwa kaguza amataka g'obukama bakwenda kujja ku investi ku mataka g'obukama hari amataka g'obukama hari amataka agaitu ag'abantu abantu nibatunda because we have already shown you there is a different types of land ownership systems in Uganda or in Bunyoro. So amataka g'obukama gako gataro hari amataka agaitu nk'ag'abantu ijo gagumwe nyongo ndagenda kyabwa biyamba rundi ngwenda genda kaibalia units ezo land pieces pastoral zone zipiyo mwije mutetera niko rundi kutusobole kutwara Bunyoro byaitu omaiso ebyo kubanza bingi muno baitu kansabe nkabiraho abwayihanga ya Bunyoro na Ruhanga waitu mwebana
wale muno obugambo obw'ettaka ettaka lya abantu babiri baitu bulomo eddakiika 2 watakaire nja kubanza na mama waitu then ngaruke na tata waitu ali kule nyuma kule kankuletea
My comment is our diaspora tibaina heaps of money. Naitwa Baikara Kampala tukusana kabali diaspora. Our diaspora amabala meri yanjye nkyala sendi nkala Wakiso Kampala kyonkanza abatugorobya over 30 years I think ndugireyo But I'm requesting that we need constructive, honest companies. Oli amanye nti nkagenda nyagula akataka kange nagula ekemu namuha pulaani asonga olusenyi anyombeke. Without supervising that. And the moment we get honest construction companies, most of these things will be done. Nkaombeka akaju kekisiki okitimisona kamaniki kulori ninye ndandike hibara lyangu akaju akampokera akaju amani. I almost failed, and I'm in Kampala. I had to ferry somebody to complete it. I got a very beautiful plot on Utiaba Road. Actually, it's my father who gave it to me when I graduated. Very big plot. Nkawana nayo nyagabira hamusingi. Plot yampokera plot yatandika okutabula n'omwana. Nabo kubese
no way to do it. But
investment zange zikyangwali ndipaka nyiso Bunyoro yona njikabalingire nikaira Amerika hano kumara emyaka 25 nokiraho nyona balize nzo basima abo kuterera correct ku investing omuka joka kwenda kubaza niwe habwange experience yange niyongera habigambo byo byangire byagambire andingo wa diaspora ntugenda maiso nembazo zino ngotaga correcting one aspect hariho entekereza egamba nti ito ikuna baikara mu diaspora tutugoza correct kugaruka y'omuka gukora investment egyo eri misconception. Okay, niba abange n'abantu abamanyire ito abantu baikara mu diaspora tuli nka Bunyoro ensi tukira gonza muno niyo Bunyoro. Okay, nomani musera investors abakwisa na bata usawa investor ali more precious akuja kireitwe Abanyoro bayikitize bitusangireho inye bakora si abakuru abizire kuruga mu Uganda ebitwera kubagambira tuna challenges nyingi koza n'abantu abaine sente bakunda ku investinga sente zabo kujya mu stake hamyeko abwaki abwa culture engeso is abantu buwaite Bunyoro yonka bati ba Uganda embezzlement abantu itwera tuguzira amataka abaloya twakatuforamu cottage industry kutuyihabe sente ona encroachingire okombeka kaju kono batekereza sente z'ugamiti bagenda bakuinflatinga budget na committing ile turagenda kombeka kaju nosanga cost increasing 4-10 times. Okay, so tinkuta kutwara bwire bwingi kyonganya batakabalize okay nababalize mukimanye intwe Abanyoro baikara kuno ensi tukira kugonza ku investing abo eri Bunyoro baitu nkwetaga tukwatanize mutuhereze solution zikira bwingi zirwanyu Bunyoro mumanye kiki ekikutanga abantu bano okutakora investment mutunge solutions mulingo muratuyamba itabaikara kuno nuko turole nti solution problem zero zikozere zikolonyo cyongo nze kubaza
webale muno so oliko kwagambire nti ebizibu tibiri kuno wetu honka birina kuli kandi namunyanyazi nawe yagamba nti tuleke kulolera abantu abo mu America mu Europe nka Canada nti no bali mu diaspora nabali mu Kampala nabali mu diaspora okay wait
waitu kanisa kitu ekyo okewagange nyowe ukatwa Philip atoka takwile minister wa diaspora twahilo sababu ngimanye kumunena mu mukama akasima ya kukuru kana nyonki asavinga antiri ulimuro ipatikira anbaga ulikiro embeba wehangara muno area after kama that Kajam, if a rat lives for a long time, it has a chance to eat on the skin of a dead what? Pussycat. So that person who has been there longest, went to and I've had a chance to the first minister of external affairs to have this conference in a world city, not anywhere else. This Colombia, that's Colombia, this is Colombia, okay? Now, we can discuss about these investments. And the Natuamka cabinet, White Arano is my witness. We want to help you by forming a holding company in our kingdom, which can do this kind of businesses. What a challenge. A kingdom is not a business. It cannot be maybe tax directory. So we can't do business with the Omukama is the head of the kingdom. He was restored as a what? Corporate soul. And you can't sue him. So if you give money to Mukama today, 10 M, and for maybe anything, you can't take him to court. Nobody, not sued anywhere. So now what we are doing, we want to form a holding company where we shall have this kind of companies, including construction, even a one-maker TV, radio station, where we can have commercial engagement. And we knew actually we're targeting you because you trust us. You know, we are not politicians. We are appointed by the Obukama through consultation by his chiefs, and we know you trust us, and that's why you brought us in here. So we are trying to form that company. One particular you know very well. You told Kapende, my fellow minister, to form a company that will help you at the one-stop center. You come there, everything else is there. You want to put Wi-Fi. What you are now in the purchasing what? How do you call it? Want to make Wi-Fi for everybody who comes there in that office, then you can do things there. through the trust which will come up together. Thank you very much.
Wale muno kantwala ka chance kano edakika emu tugihe ikiro waitu aina Buganda.
Bunyoro Kitara International Convention omwaka guno ogw'2022 n'omulama gubwezire nago ogw'ebyobuhangwa eby'entahya n'ebyobulambuzi hajja kubaho ebyokora nka okubungira embasa ya Uganda omwoleko gw'ebyobuhangwa emisomo habyentahya kiyete trade and investment session hamagita ebyokwombeka ebyobulimi hamu n'ebyobulambuzi obo tuboho n'omusomo gw'ebyeyira n'ebyobuhangwa nka akasaka ak'abayisenkati n'abayisento ebyobuhangwa ebyakara engeso ebiganikyo enfumu ebika n'okuswerwa obo tuwe na cocktail dance kandi enjwara eri ekicu gyete sky blue n'abadwaire ebikwera byonka white aho DJ D atuteera omuziki kandi aboho open bar na cocktail tables obwawo turatembe basi tugende Washington mutuwa kusasura kwe $50 oroloho White House Washington Monument, Martin Luther King Jr. Monument, Lincoln Memorial na African American Museum. Obwawo turaba na the Grand Royal Dinner okujwara kuraba ku byobuhangwa aho nkugamba ekanzu embugo n'emyenagiro turaba n'emizaano okuruga mu basigazi olunyege n'entogoro tibira buroho turaba na Makondere Royal Dance Performance amazina gaitu aga Bunyoro kandi naawo turaba na DJ Cassidy atongere omuziki ahamu na Sara Ndagire Amoti okwesoroza kuno kuratwala ebiro bina kuruga kibanza mpaka ebiro bina okumusanju kandi kurawa n'okwitirana abo mu bukama bete kingdom officials haloho ba prince na princesses okusasura kuraba kwe $210
baitu habairo ebihabuzo by'amaani muno so tugenda kweyongeraho na presenter waitu ondi agenda kweyongeraho abwakaire kano tuyina mugenzi waitu bamweta Aliguma Luse atuoki profession ya agricultural economies role ye ya technical assistant research and planning Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom nationality and of course na nekindi kimbaye ngenda kubagambira nti slide zino ezimkurora tubage twenda kuzitekana nka website yaitu so that buli muntu wena koleka baitu twalinda buloma presenting ekintu kye tuleke genda mu legal aspects gama nti ebimubahayire kandi nyowe tibiri nibyo byange baitu hatinka buloma okukwamaze ku presentinga slide zino tugenda kuziteka website yaitu ya Bunyoro so that every person can access them kandi bino ebituroho emukura bino bitugire kimu cosmos mwe taking a note murani mwenda masimu gabakuru baitu bonagaro hano so that umuntu bogwano yenda kugenda maiso kuombeka kuteka yo business guno go mukutu mwebale muno katutekeho Lucy. Lucy.
Yes, please.
Yes, hati akaire kano microphone tukikuhaire oijo tugambe ebikwata agriculture region yetu ya Bunyoro.
Kamaze kubaramukyaho inywena abakutuhuliriza n'abakuturora presentation yange jakuba eslide nyingi kusanga ha website kandi ebiri mnamutetegereze muno email yange eriho na contact yange mukusaba kunkaguza okumanyira agriculture eri wide, so I may not be able to cover maybe everything during the presentation. Ati zaki okubanza just a brief definition of agribusiness. Ya kabiri nja na section ya kabiri nja kubanyimbaza agriculture at national level beta kusobola kuguruka kugenda mu Bunyoro Kitara tabagalize na agriculture at higher level. Any section nja kubanyimbahereza opportunities, nimurora gaps through, and then when I present a gap, I propose how to fill the gaps, and then those become the opportunities in the sector. Then in a whole section in Japan in Gamba, to what am I proposing as the immediate interventions? As it low-hanging fruits. What is it that you can look at now which can work out for the sector? Then way forward. Maybe your next step. Okubagambire understand agribusiness. Nkatunga definition here, combination of the words agriculture and business. So basically, I'll be talking about farm business related to from farming to marketing to processing. Ati ujakula na sectors eziri mu business is concentrating now ziri ha input sector, output, that is marketing, transporting, storage, na services kabya research. Next slide. Kokubagambire mbeta kusobola kuguruka kutandika kubaza agriculture mu Bunyoro Kitara, mu Bunyoro region. Nkahayo nkatungayo just a few slides zikaibiri. Tungesisani what agriculture at national level. So this is the information I got. It's the backbone of the Uganda's economy. It contributes to recently about 24% of GDP. Can the export earnings zone is as a program agriculture. Ati bokoro no rekisani kile kia national level, it's really different from the Bunyoro regional level. Ati okwesange bilime nyingi yona in agriculture accounting for 72% of the Ugandan workforce. Over 70% of the population they live in rural areas. Can again agriculture is a source of raw material. The kusanga industries kusinga zona zikose bintu byugirenga agriculture. Next slide. Again, I wanted to find out to get a picture of how much land is arable. National level is about it is 80%, but you find that only 35% is being utilized. You may find the picture is not different from Bunyoro region. And then there is this statistics according to UN, that is FAO. The land, Uganda's land total, again, the 35 which is being cut. I mean, if we were to utilize all the 80, we have, the country has the potential to feed over 200 million people. Hatinya to government existani, you agriculture at national level, you find 5% of the farms in Uganda. These are really commercially oriented. It existani to be different from Bunyoro, and you see 70% born at subsistence level. And you find the majority of the farms, they don't go beyond 1.1 hectare on average. Next slide. The importance of the sector. In the sector, we have some key policies and plans supporting agriculture. Briefly, I reviewed the Uganda Vision 2040. You find it aims to transform the Ugandan society from a modern to a prosperous society. Then the recent released the plan, the National Development Plan 3. Agro-industrialization is one of the 18 programs being addressed in the plan. And this agro-industrialization
It's all about moving from subsistence production to commercial production. Then we have the Uganda agriculture policy. Again, basically the programs owner, they are trying to address the challenges in the sector. Then they recently released the whatever plan it is, the parish development model, which is going to be implemented at parish level. Again, agriculture is key. Next slide. Then at national level, I tried to summarize, as I've told you, that you find that most of these challenges, is at national level, they apply also at the regional level. Why is agriculture not realizing its full potential? So I just gave a few things that but dependence on rainfed agriculture, agricultural practices, lower technological adoption, poor access to extension services, low commercial agriculture, for only 5%, low commercial agriculture, 5% of those involved in agriculture. And the linkage between research and farmers is almost not there. Then limited use of fertilizers, irrigation, limited low levels of value addition. Then we have vectors, diseases, and poor transport network. Next. And then the next is background context on BKK. So already, BKK, 8 districts was Manyire. We wanted to bring out the total area because we want to see how much is being cultivated, how much is there. That starts maybe will come later. But we have that total area, and then it's just a third, 30%, which is covered with water. With water mass. Population, according to UBOS 2021, is around 2.7 million. Average household size by 5. About 35% of the population are youth aged between 15 and 35 years. Next slide. Hoteli akagenda mu UBOS yehayejo tepo 2021 mukuru aba youth. So for each district, I try to bring out the youth population aged between 15 and 35 niba. Next slide. Next slide, Bunyoro and the other sub-regions. Bunyoro region, to get about presenting and next. This section here, opportunity assessment and gap analysis of the agribusiness potential. So you find my presentation, drivers of economic growth and transformation in BKK. Japani Baza briefly, I know there's going to be a presentation of oil and gas, but tinsa kuweka jakibalizo abokuba nayo in impact on agriculture, on agribusiness, urbanization, population growth, and technology and digitalization. Next slide. Briefly about the oil and gas industry in the Bunyoro region, those are the facts. Kikobe has Kingfisher oil, Bulisa, Kikobe Waima, they are rich in oil. Next, I think there is going to be someone to talk about the oil and gas, but I wanted to bring out that at least these are there and they are going to impact on that. Then, as I told you, the drivers, we have urbanization, there is increase in the urban population. Hata mtitungire the region that I said since I had to go to it kama ya national Uganda. Atokurora urban population how it is increasing from 1980 to benyenda kwa exercise. Wale kangu due to urbanization to a demand for food. And once the demand goes up, that means abantu benja kuba baina hali bakutunda ebyokulya. And I brought out the increase in urban population factors responsible. Gazetting of new urban areas, there's demarcation, rural urban migration, Then also this business operating new districts and the gazetting of new urban areas, town councils, municipalities. Nesanga abantu batandike kulala umunaka mu town. Tweyongereyo, next slide. When I look at agriculture in the region, fertile soils are there, suitable for agricultural production. By model rainfall type, you don't really on work. Because of is it global other factors, and you are telling about much August. So in a season is in some areas there is conducive rain. I mean, there is rain, conducive rain fed agricultural production throughout the year. By model, and you are supposed to cover. If we were to address ekikuleetera enjula ku bulamu bw'ekyo ku byala ebibira kukolaki bintu ebintu bibayireyo and we are able to grow bibyo bananas, cassava, tobacco, coffee, maize, beans, tea, upland rice, vanilla, buli kintu kyonna kyetusobola tuli muwayo. Tulina agriculture, beekeeping, commercial fish farming, okumbagambira awo rivers and wetlands tukusobola ku enju rearing fish, poultry, animal fishing is also key on Lake Albert. Tweyongereyo. I think okubagambira nti making presenting a national picture tugambire 70% of the population are engaged in agriculture and agriculture related the whatever activities. Now, of the 2.7 million people in Bunyoro, about 52% were of working age, and majority of these are working in the agriculture sector. Of course, having forestry and fishing. Can't the maximum nowadays derive the income from subsistence agriculture? Next. Economic is of the increasing demand for food in the region. Then I'm just bringing out what are those factors responsible for the demand. How are the increasing demand? There is local sub-Saharan which are exported to the region. The Bunyoro, the global, the ahead. But example, urbanization, organic agriculture, because it is also an area. Then changing the training design, I mean that one about these days of the fruits and vegetables, the demand is going up. Then in a income. Then also the food program kick out. Next. Population again area 2020, I think 20 projecting 2021 up to 2025. Go I've already told you guys they are telling by the end of farming and just 3 districts by get up with the square zone and but Mukurora there is increase in population. Extending Mukurora is no different from the other districts. So I wanted to predict Muroringo increase in population. So therefore, the demand for food and agro-processed products will also build that increase to a younger age. By the time statistics in the Arayo nationally, the largest share of household expenditure, both to get expenditure, may is 42% have your food. At home, there's a in the Western region, can you 46%. Household expenditure. In fact, at first, I think local expenditure on food is higher for rural areas compared to the urban areas. Hatana yeteka okura efike niyenda koleka okusanga expenditure of food is higher in urban. It is in rural areas. Total expenditure bana statistics total. Atakwesanga omuntu ali mu urban areas where expenditure on food is relatively lower. Wainayo amasanyalazi, ainayo n'enju n'ebindi. Kandi kuno nalumya asaba mata kusasula nju. Ekikisani kunyinyirizeka kihayo nyatekawo naka shares n'ebindi bikutwala sente za households. Next. Kokubagambira nti nkatunga statistics nyakulamu abayuth abali aged between 15 and 35 years. Hati nabo mba projecting ireginyagamba kandoli between 20 and 21 and 20 barababata. This is from August. Mukurora, it is increasing. So our raw potential, in fact, I have a whole proposal yahandikire youth going with proposals how to interest them to join agriculture. So buying it, population is still going up. So our raw potential yokuba ihayo to be engaging in agribusiness na uongerezo wa output mu Bunyoro. Baro kandi bayingi kandi bakoyongera nyingi. Tweyongereyo. Next slide. Ati hano ngokumbagambire ngeja kuba nimbaza benefits of the oil and gas industry. Ngokumbagambire ngeja kubaza muno because ari omuntu agenda ku presentinga. Betu mbegeta kusobola utakibazaho. Kuba tumanye hali emirimu. Kana mirimo baratunga emirimu. Abantu bajya kuba nibatungaki. Nibatunga akasente iro source of employment. Then also naitwe abaliyo abantu abali mu Bunyoro bajja kuba na market for their goods and services. Kandi kumanya to benefiting because of the oil and gas industry bakatukolera enguudo kandi enguudo mukimanyire kurungi. Ale enguudo ziri omuntu akusaba basa kurungi ebintu byalimire nasobola kubitunda. Tweyongere next. Bokumagambira the potential for agriculture bagambira how average household income levels now agenda musas current in year 2021. The results show that the monthly household income in Uganda is 190. Kandi sana for Bunyoro kandi ehingwiro. Average ya Uganda itwa 17. Bunyoro yo 25. So okwamanye average ya Uganda of course arumu mojo okoti magire zikusa bazidi sente to itoka nyawo na bibi bana bo west na wena nyingi boko average is but to me akuba Bunyoro kuba above average kura ni damba at least is something. Then I looked at the annual household income for the majority of the people in Bunyoro, about 80%. Nakutunga between milioni 5 na milioni 10 take statistics ubosi in a source they carry out what they call Uganda National Household Survey. Yeah, no be here. I think what is saying about those who are earning between 10 and 15 million about and very few Bunyoro earn more than 15 million annually. You can exercise annually, but at least abantu bakaba ine sente na kusobora kugura ibyo kurya. That means we have market for without limit. Next slide. Estimated annual income. Ati ano kama ni comparing for the Bunyoro region nyenda kuoleka elimbalizo ebyo kabiteka mu graph kikwangu anorangu aba majority of Bunyoro between 5 and 10 million exisani oleka kakiteka mu graph na that one speaks louder than the bigambo biti. Etokulora above 10 and more than 15 but ito kuba kandi maybe next time tuligamba aba ubos they started because the nigga go na diaspora team and so that maybe if you get it yongere wa igu. Next slide. Again, nani kabanyenda kuoleka again percentage of share of household food by source abantu ebyo bakulya bakusinga kubihanga okatale na own production. How can you make the importance of farming and agriculture? Nokatale nicho tukubitwala bijakwa birimiriwe. If it is in Bunyoro, it will be bijakwa birimiriwe mu Bunyoro. So if majority are getting their food from the market, that means akatale tunakalisa itunito tunakulima ebijja kubulwayo. So that means akatale kebyokulya kalo. Next slide. Also I wanted to find out the literacy levels. Abantu bana batukubaza mu Bunyoro bo bali bata. Omanyire also omuntu abayikire kwega okusaka na kumanya intervention yo circulate. Under the time of development practice ekwetaaga measuring and what have you counting iba rastora. Ati ya kandole this atokuba abakusinga bakatuga at least some education. Some primary level education, which means really cool. But when you see the technology, post-harvest handling, you want to talk about new ways of growing a certain crop. It's really cool. It's also want to akina sura kuandika. Omuntu ageze asomero ora no formal education but oyito. Ata na potential. Kitukwera nti namura koizire ne chokwenda kuegesa. Tujja kuba kubi ate ekisana kyo nyendezekia ayo uteralikirira tutuli kubi muno. Next slide. Nenda nokuoleka communication network coverage eri mu region. Tulina MTN, tulina Airtel, UTL. Ate negedite gwenu nayenkagiya mu Uganda Bureau of Statistics current. Okusanga atisa abantu balina radio. Now I was comparing Bunyoro region and national. No yesanga Bunyoro abantu by 35%, 35.1 balina radio. Ati ngaito bakonda promoting agriculture so that can be one way of disseminating information. By now, still say that is not a small number, 75% of the population by now mobile phones. We are computer users against it, it went to mobile phones. I came across people and trained and put some apps for data collection. Information exchange among the very chain actors. When we have research, your production, your marketing information you want to give to the farmers. If 75% are having a massive, the information is shared. Next. Population density and population density. If we have to increase agriculture production, you have to increase productivity and production. Production is one way to increase land and production. There is potential. Majority of the farmers are cultivating to be, on average 2.5 acres of land. Population density is more region in resources. About 100 people, persons per square kilometer. Population density, it is persons per square kilometer. About less than 100, Masina Kiriando. I try to compare the population densities in the region. I'm not saying all these factors, I'm saying other factors constant. So which means you can increase land agriculture production. A slide data next. nka comparinga Bunyoro region na other regions in the country. Atuka kula kagurina kwenye Bunyoro region. Ati mkula Bunyoro region tulikunu. Halenta ito zili. As you can see kiliani bongo kila na masile tembele imba ile nisezo. One district two like that. Tukiali side ya kuna leo kubandiza. Alichi paka ina majority national figure and national picture eboleka 41% bala between 200 and 300 but you to drive you like to kill no side ya kuna ya hasi nyendeze ukioleke kila kirumbeyo so how potential you shifting ubagurino ubakuli right. Next slide. Next. If you are to increase agricultural production, you either increase area under production or productivity. You must use how much are you harvesting per acre. Ati hano nkagenda nyasitunga information. In the current yields of major crops grown and livestock are still low. Livestock kept low. Hatina no maize, research, average farm yields, omulimi, owabulikiri, on average of 2.3 tons per hectare. By modern research, there is potential to increase that yield to 8 tons per hectare.
Bunyoro Kitara International Convention omwaka guno ogw'2022 n'omurama gubwezire nago ogw'ebyobuhangwa eby'entaaya n'ebyobulambuzi hajja kubaho ebyokora nka okubungira embasa ya Uganda omwoleko gw'ebyobuhangwa emisomo haby'entaaya kiyete trade and investment session hamagita ebyokwombeka ebyobulimi hamu n'ebyobulambuzi obo tuboho n'omusomo gw'ebyeyira n'ebyobuhangwa nka akasaka ak'abayisenkati n'abayisento ebyobuhangwa ebyakara engeso ebiganikyo enfumu ebika n'okuswerwa obo tuwe na cocktail dance kandi enjwara eri ekicu gete sky blue n'abajwaire ebikwera byonka white aho DJ D atuteera omuziki kandi aboho open bar na cocktail tables obwaho turatembe basi tugende Washington mutuwa kusasura kwe $50 oroloho White House Washington Monument, Martin Luther King Jr. Monument, Lincoln Memorial na African American Museum. Obwaho turabana the Grand Royal Dinner okujwara kuraba ku byobuhangwa aho nkugamba ekanzu embugo n'emyenagiro turabana emizano okuruga mu basigazi olunyege n'entogoro tibira buroho turabana amakondere Royal Dance Performance amazina gaitu aga Bunyoro kandi nao turabana DJ Kasdi atongere omuziki ahamu na Sara Ndagire Amoti okwesoroza kuno kuratwala ebiro bina kuruga kibanza mpaka ebiro bina okumusanju kandi kurawa n'okwitirana abo mu bukama Beto Kingdom officials haloho ba prince na princesses okusasura kuraba kwe $210 otaferwa hangiriza gutamba entale ya Bunyoro.
ebintu ebikozebwa mu mundo okwo mu research bikozere bihikire reach out bihikire omubalimi ate nyo omukulola kwange okwesanga bulinde hali ng'okugambye on farm station on research station yields okusanga kwesanga bulinde omuntu na potential yield yonga just outside na kilomita tekuhika omuntu tayina nekyaku harvesting. So I was like, how do we make sure that we benefit from this? Kandi ati baliyo ku badoctors banywanyi bange nabandi bakumpuliriza kasoma nabo PhD baliyo bakora. So nyongamba tusupportinga apulengu ebulinde kegezero mu bantu mbagambye I'm going to recommend low-hanging fruits when they are here. Tubanze tutandike na bulinde eyo kandi the reason why they put those zonal research and development institutes because Morocco is research at national level. They make sure that Canada, for example, has research ya buli zone bagamba kiki ekikusobola kulimi wahanga ebiba bilisitiye kasitebe making sure nti ebintu ebyo research gozera bagikoleka wanda oba serere oba yakufa bigoroko naka college research oba nka ibagambye omwani buli bajja kuleta bulindi hakuba bulindi bamanyire habwayo omwani ate omwani ogwo nibekoleka abantu abamu kiweke ekyo okusobola yielding like this hakuba buli mwayo. So they make sure that ebintu byenyini ebiri mu erijeyo. For example, twasakuleta obutakuli obujumbu Irish potatoes. So it is called kazarudi katwekano agriculture research and edikapali. It's basically butakuli obujumbu. Nibaga butakuli obujumbu obulani bulumwamu with the potential yokuba na yield under these conditions. Kati ebintu biriyo bulindi biriyo. I don't know how many of you abali mu diaspora abakagenda kagoze bulindi akolera ekiro oba kuhura radio bulindi ebyo I don't know because I'm munona mu research kakolana munalo kakorayo. So how do we make sure that we make use of that kugamba improved access whatever to next ate nyongo omuntu ngamba bulindi ekyo kokweri bulindi ya Bunyoro for that Bunyoro region nyongo omuntu kugamba low-hanging fruits tukusakutandika mpola tukusupporting the radio program promote awareness ebiriyo ebyo bikali ebyo hati omulimi amanye kyakanasa but I don't know obanza nokola research what is the best time tukwenda kuteka radio program ya agriculture tukiteka radio stations ziriyo wayima tutandike n'ebiriyo tubasupporting abasajja bana abadoctors byamene baliyo obuzawuli banywanyi bange tubapromoting ngukiro kiriyo mujje mulole we have this and this and this radio twinazo akoyo then nabasensa abadoctors abali buzawuli kubisinga kachurches umanyire tubasupporting na can talk about something, can talk about a mini variety wewe ukipaki ukipula kitu na kiti 20 minutes talk or whatever kutwala na atwala bana sabana chacho bana somero nibo baya demonstration group akanda ko na jero kiasa ni na kalolera mpora ngingambire na try ndio tutaga makintu kengela adoption method yakuba higher with this anyonga a combination tubena open days njari ya bulindi to start taking technologies biliyo better organizing kwa research around 1 kilometer from bulindi you get a stock of your like busama ye kilo mundu obati manyo kunstituti nayo negative nayo bakula basajja bako samena bazo kujuna baba bulindi bona ko bakama how open let's have open tumagambe ya abantu bayite tugambe kyamukaga ekyo kubanza mu mwezi you know let's do something exposure this to successful farmers with it na probably about to identify abantu abaye bakola nabo at least wewe otupina omuli mekwaito ngana webihimba ali kakindo for him potential yield zibaga 2 teams betu akulya 4 hata balimi yabo angeka kinda ayerolere omuntu omulimi kwanga be tibiri research. Then I'm also looking at Bulindi again, Bulindi, but Bulindi is for the 8 districts. How would we make sure that this Bulindi, I'm talking on the wall, and I know I don't think I want to work to we are just, I think, maybe 4 kilometers away from that place. Kambazamana, exposure with, when you set up substations, a substation is in Gabazil. I think Mpuliyege kwa MPs na uwa conversation here. But they also made no this chance. I always wanted to talk to people. I wanted to manyo kwasanga my MPs where kampaze to it. Hati man set up a substation. Set up a substation. A multiplication technology genda Bulindi for adaptive research. Take a year mahali usaja Bulindi genda uhiyo. I've always visited sub counties. It is Manyelu Sunday. Sub county one hakoto. Exactly when they were maintaining Kasaba County. We said, how we meeting? Can't we use such a window? Gama MPs on constituency or Kakoroma to Obunaka multiplication centers will be kind of adoption here, Bakari, Namizi, expressing a new recommended. Who won't know Okamanya MP for this sake for so many years? So many people took up this. Things like that. I thank God for BKK. It has been in office. But one of the things that we call our structure. At the structures of those communities, Haruma, Sabukaunte, Haruma parishes under BKK. At the end of the parish department is talking about the same. To where to empower the Ganga parishes under BKK. One of Prime Minister Akumpulia, however, discussed it. Through training of trainers for sustainability purposes to improve extension services. You said, Nyoma Gambembe Kuram research, a little Twitter, no its assessment of the Maran, monitoring and evaluation. No gain. A project closes and that's it. When you have a project here now, you have a project here. People don't own these projects. You also from experience, but I don't know about Gabiso Marani Bika. For sustainability purposes, our key diaspora to go to Kayamba, Hikirwa, Ukakulaka program, to get our sub county chips. Araka is a program, number but part of it, so that the projects are against it to promoting another county, I mean, sub county and parish chips. Then sweet potato program. Last night I was talking to a soya bean specialist. Yeah, yes, Bunyoro, you can make it. Soya bean value specialist logo, we have titles. So the question is, how do you make sure that when you say you're implementing a key to project to train government to wait to an operation to win Hariba again about parishes. So what take home? I'm just looking at my several hanging fruits. Every day, because take like a meter to be sent. Just remembering this to the next slide. Next slide. To the ability to next slide.
The Hoideyo.
To become the young candidate. Then it is also setting up is called the multi-stakeholder platforms. Zino baba nyoke takimeza. Kimeza kinu kiwelekea politics sema ni watu wanatutulia kimeza kia kulkani cha sub county. Ba MPs wa kupolire bimeza manya kimeza kia politics. Titusafune kia kulkani cha wotoi. No, I'm about to finish. You don't have to discuss the number of slides. I'm about to finish. So set up multi-stakeholder platforms. Sort of stakeholders in Sub-County, and you talk about agriculture and we share challenges. And next activity, next farmer formation, empowering parishes, then under BKK, Then to improve access to inputs, we can set up an agro-input dealers association with the time. Next. Jai Kumar. Then we can get to a problem with limited value addition to a potential power stations in the region. Next. Next slide. This one with a question that I was just bringing out when organizing the application. What are the areas where someone can invest? If you really want this, the research can be done. We have papers which have been written. You can have the details. But I can get after the presentation. Those are some of them. In fact, I was supposed to have said some of the investment. Some. Next. Service sector, storage facilities for growing, like for growing. You can take a warehouse receipt system. No abantu nobahereza obunako obusito obwo balekera okutunda ebikyoli bikyalo Misiri okuboyambira takalisita kona katwala kaduka nibamuna amafuta nibwagenda mu iwalo nibamuhereza medicine. That one is an area. Being next, but I'm going to question next. Marketing systems that don't give you access to finance. Need your food process. Marketing groups, we can set up groups that can take advantage of collective marketing. Speaking of money, I'm going to now whatever with your money information. Next slide. Tubagambira the roads network atebayire Bunyoro. So marketing tujja kwasa ngo bakabana atwala ebihimba akalala omuhanda ensaka ebule ebihimba yakugombesa abo no isibingi ekyo kiri minimo kati kwatwala na India hapo hoteli ya Waimayo. How are we ready our farmers? Atogana bajja kusanja kuleta hot papers the major export na akapro the Scotch bonnet. Our farmers ready. Supermarkets na video abantu baba wakuja kwa makora because of way mumanyeke na mnokuli wa supermarkets, and yet our farmers hata alikubaliza ndio ungezeka kukora research mu supermarkets ukakabuza some of those fresh very fresh. How much of that is from Bunyoro region? You will be shocked to kuingia Kampala. Ebito kuingia Kampala tumeja kuikiriza mtu atena constant supply atena quality. Next. Agriculture exports, whatever is being exported can be grown in Bunyoro. Coffee, 12.8% of the farm exports to Inayo Koyim. I mean to Inayo. Next. I want to talk about organic agriculture. Organic agriculture, ukimanya kukulima utategemea kukade fertilizer ni, but you know what it means. The prices for organic products are much higher than for the conventional products. How do we help our farmer? Our potential to whatever farmers to collect, but are not producing the organic products. It says kuja kutuyamba exports mtu navuka kagari kali na agenda na atuarai. Instead of if you are not careful, market area is taken over by other whatever, because organic farming is limited now in the next. Challenges of organic farming. One of them, only from conventional farming to organic, it is very expensive. In other words, when it's a cent, it ranges between $4,000 and $7,000. There is Uganda organic certification. There are so many certifying organs. They are free, but they can do it. And then the process takes long. But only work out and get to centers. No wrong only work from the marketing in Europe for organic products. And how do we prepare our farmer groups for diaspora Sagamba to Equate? Usabuka for us to be available. To government is the national organic agriculture movement of training. In a group, we start exporting from our this airport. Twalingeje abantu bataize kutwara wakiso na wakiso wewe wabona kila kutwara na fresh fruits and vegetables. So organic farming has potential so that we can also benefit from those high prices. Next, we have support. I try to get some data from the district. We have support team, why the yields are still low, why we are still behind. These are some of the organizations, private and government, isn't it? Just to sort of support area. I don't know that the link, the missing link, next to then I came across one successful government program. I'm not saying others are not. Then you can saw my literature team here. They are already video. Next slide. It is called Agriculture Cluster Development Project. That project is again. So I got this information, the only data from the two, the participating farmers and the non-participating farmers. Very successful. Out. You know, the projects one sub county, two parishes, if it is successful, the yields are increasing. To what end you to Gama, sub county chiefs, then we empower them to make sure that you can get together. Next. I think this basically starts talking about the value chains, beginning about the youth, what they can be involved in. Next. Proposing immediate interventions, Magandrega support na then farmer groups you can profile some to radio is also to take a organic production to prepare them. We are very important there. Exchange with successful agribusiness ventures. We are going to bend to identify what we get in Vega. Then also support the youth in agriculture to engage in off-farm activities. The youth in agriculture to say, so you came across one company. Next, there is I guess supposed to go back video it's called the Doers Group in Calgary. It is worth visiting. It is worth visiting. Successful youth group in agriculture. I will provide more for those of you who are interested. I talked to the owner Yagama in the videos. It's really good, and I was reading one of his documents. It has been earmarked for the program Eka Equesimisa. So there is a lot we can learn from here. Next. I came across also a youth group Bakora Nkaito bags and water. We can have this to train our people at home. Those youth are not awake. I will talk about you would go to Mama Casente client. Ataka to see the next step in Yaikuma. Let's go to the next thing. What do we want to way forward? The Empower Research Unit certificate to when they need to be one of to roll that at least so much more easily more kingdom have your research unity. I was talking to the Prime Minister one time, some statisticians, I don't know, so if we had research, so it is support to empower unity level. You want to invest in a cassava value chain, there is something on cassava. Or you want to invest in something, something, to collect data with your support. Next. Thank you for listening. You are ready.
Abarungi kuongera bugaro. Webale muno atwoki ngira hati tuhulire kiki ekitulakinga agri business Bunyoro. Tulire what an expert she is na research yakozere kyali webale mu network semerero muno na kaira kaira okugalo tujja kweyongera ati akaire katukwasire kojjo tugenda kuyika saaza tugenda lunch emikono ngirora eri haiguru tulina abantu kabana batano mukaaga musanju baitu ngenda kufunamu emikono ebiri yonka kandi omukono guno ogungenda kuleeta hati gwikaire haiguru kuruga ha muntu abanze gikubaza baitu ningikana ningutera naye njo yakulemerayo bayingenda kumuha mu chance akole aina akabuzo kakatweito baitu ngenda kumuha dakika emu then ngenda ngonza kakubalansinga ina bwenge na mugenzi wa ipati ngenda kwa makadakika kama
bali muno chairman mutyono atwoki msimu nabo research amabara nenda kama kitabateli basina nywena mwakuja tingenda kubaza bingi ngenda nsonga so ekintu kyokubaza nokubanza convention taire mukaire kayingi muno okay. So, Meliningamba, conventional, it has taken us a lot of time to take more money, na kaide, emotionally, so we want to get the best out of it. So, to Verina Kagisa, twina abantu bamani board, valoko, abandi bali online, abandi tuli hanu, abandi bali yoko. It is a very big thing that is happening. So, tukuba tuli mumbazo mukazini, then tukaba turaba students. We have opinions. Tuli basaja batito, but we are educated. We have brains. So, mwina kutuleka tuheyo opinions zaitu zikuguruwe, kuba twina MPs, twina umuhikirwa ali hano, leka abantu baheyo opinions za bahereza at least 20 minutes. So we're cutting out one program, urubazo rumu tugamba tuwihiremu, but at least let people air out their views. That's what I want to call out. Kabiri, I just want to, we have some na vingi, let me just call this out. So, ekia atwoki abalizo, ekia research center, nikiongenda kuteka ho emphasis. Bunyoro emphasis team yategeza rundi okugumiza, right? So, research center, rundi research units. Bunyoro lekeve unique. If Uganda as a country doesn't have a research unit area established, let Bunyoro start it. Everything is reliant on research and data. That's what we've seen. Without data, Okubano operating on hearsay, on, with your corroborate. Later to put a research unit, very, very strong at the kingdom, let it work with other research units. By to evoke Muravani building nimumeka ekiombeko ikiamani kibe empowered to andike proposals to zihandike to celebrate grants, but we need a research unit that is going to be the basis of everything else. In agriculture, our sector zone, Professor Rumbeha Sanatruke Mukatito is a researcher. He would surely support idea ya research unit mendeze kuongera hoira kajana mwebali.
Webale mno. Of course, buli muntu hano contribution ye is very very important, kandi kwenda kukura maraka maingi na ideas nyingi baitu ngo kutugambire tukyalinayo leero tulinayo nyenkya. After lunch tugenda garuka hano tukyalinayo presenter bamu abajja kuba batugambira expertise zaabwe, kandi tujja kuba tulinayo na kuhura ebiki ebirukire ombukama after lunch. Nambege mikono eri haiguru tiri nkumanya wambalansinga entaba yitu ekatuulirize.
Kibaireni Sava, been walking around and talking to other people. Problem wherever we are not being inclusive, in the sense that Abahabantu, Abaroho, Abatakuwaza Bunyoro. And this I did discuss it prior to this meeting. If we want to invest, if we want people to come, it should have no Mahanga night, right? If you start talking French only, then how am I going to know what you're saying? To start mixing among Jungu, no Runyoro, but especially tomorrow, we're going to an audience that is not only Bunyoro.
Vale muno mukulu amabala between the commercial farmers who can even afford to supply for 1 week. Let's talk of eggs. Kusaba supplying a mauli to those people who are in the oil grabbing. So those are big challenges. Imanire muhikirwa maybe to call it like a pilot program. Obokwati Bunyoro bakutuwaga chance. But we can't afford to supply. We can't afford to meet the standards. For example, Yanyama, Omana kugambire abatu atili yohoyo kandi bana basaija bagamba we want very high standards. A hotel zona teziri of that level of standards. So tuina challenge ya supply Bunyoro tisoro supply ngagonze ebyokulya ebigenda omwala batay grabe. By two we shall be here making noise back to our contracts, but we have the capacity. So it's a big challenge for me. I'm putting the question. Research can be a lot of strategies, but we have smaller farmers, tell your commercial farmers. So Timanire Andrew with Tinisa, with your team, I think in the Bunyoro Kingdom, to making sure that at least to create a project, the man, which we can show as a pilot. We want to complete.
Webale muno baitu kokutugambirege nti twina bantu abali abakurugira kimabutaka ebimu kubuula ebyo is not hearsay. So then tuteseza omunju. So kampe yo chance munyanya zomu yobalizike.
Amabara alisatu ate muhamba Katara kwera sibuka kasunga kisabagwa kandi and of course I grew up on a farm. Ati obumpuliriza Lucy oba kiraro Lucy. Yeah, Lucy, thank you very much. Lucy, you did a very big job. Thank you very much for your presentation. Kyonka habairemu ekintu ekintabwire nikyeki ebibira. Ebibira timanyire mubiremu na presentation ekebibira. Nahabwekyo omukirwa manyire mukira muno kwenkareginga nfu kukolanga ngabona nokulima ebibira baitu tukwenda tutegereze kurungi okutunga omubibira nokutukulima ebibira ebyo tukwihamuki. Then another thing ekirina omulimu gw'omukirwarondo okukama twina revamping cooperative unions. Nyobo nkaba ninkura cooperative unions, they were working very well. Abo kwano boraholi mulimi toina store toina ki obusociety bwaitu obwo bwairobo bwayamburaga ebyokulya ate bwayamburaga ebyokulya nuwaraga ebyokulya bitakugura omunsi nubona bana baizire bana ba oil and gas kuba twina cooperative bwaitu obwo society obwo nibunyweseza omu society enkoto ziko ebyokulya twakumire tubina baita twina amahoro then nitugira enguli obwetinisa nyakusabire abatongole baabwe bakole hakintu kyenguli encouraging abantu bakole enguli. Enguli is storage, local storage. Yeah. So that muhikirwa okunako mulimo kwawe kurorango encouraging abantu baabwe. Then I looked at the young farmers. When we were growing, we used to have young farmers, were they societies? Associations. Ntugenda nanka omumyoleko nemyoleko gyagenda omuyusi nankeri. Ebyo bintu ebyo tubiencouraging. Tuteekeyo akiri tubufandinge. Tugambe leero Bunyoro tulinayo omwoleko gw'abasigazi. Aralete ente, aralete kitoke kikirayo. I remember my young brother earning ebisembo n'ebisembo kuliisa embaata. Ebintu bitye. So I think omukirwa ekyo nakyo tukiteekemu amaani. Kandi ebintu ekindi ekimboine nikyo information. The information flow is very bad in Bunyoro. I think here talking to Sokugalizo head. Egama radio tugaina baitu hati eirabuli amaredia batongola abo kabahiki agana bebiruka haba kibatahikia otumwa buno abantu bakakoraki aba youth rundi nabakazi abetebe bakora ebitebe tukabanye ebitebe bino. I think we need also to improve on the information flow. Sensitizing people is very important. Then how many people abakwetegereza nakyo ekyo kigenda mu information endima empyako eneisire egono bwerabe kusiisira ettaka nokulola ekusiisa ettaka okuba ndi mulimi nobunda ndi mirayuke baito nyikara yuke baito akiri nyikara hakutaka nindima kandi ekintu ekindi omuhikirwe tutwina nikyo ebintu byokulima outgrowers bakutwiba muno ndimira amajani gange ningatwara bugambe hali ndikara hakiro esatu n'ataano so ekyo nakyo kikora kikudiscouraging abantu to invest dora abantu abalimira ebikaijo okuba kufeerwa so ekintu ekyo nakyo nyumba inisaba omuhikirwa mukirolemu ya nyine ebintu bingi. Then another thing is bulindi. Atokulusewe bali munokubaza ha bulindi nyoku nkugambye nkazalibwa bulindi nyakulwaho bulindi kyonkanyagayo muzeeyo yakayalingi. I think very few people abamanyira omulimu gwa bulindi either bulindi anyway to farm school or secondary school but that bulindi grower is it a demonstration something bakora yendigo bakora but how many people why don't we organize our youth bakagenda bakabasomeszayo right from the grassroots baketegereza embibo y'enkoko embibo y'ebituli embibo ya ebintu tubiina twakwaleta kulo ebyokulya byokusupply oil and gas bulinde ekyo tubiina nebyange nibyebi
webale muno ebyo byona magezi.
Bunyoro Kitara International Convention omwaka guno ogw'2022 n'omurama gubwezire nagwo ogw'ebyobuhangwa eby'entaaya n'ebyobulambuzi hajja kubaho ebyokora nka okubungira embasi ya Uganda omwoleko gw'ebyobuhangwa emisomo ha by'entaaya kiyete trade and investment session hamagita ebyokwombeka ebyobulimi hamu n'ebyobulambuzi obo tuboho n'omusomo gw'ebyeyira n'ebyobuhangwa nka akasaka ak'abaisenkati n'abaisento ebyobuhangwa ebyakara engeso ebiganikyo enfumu ebika n'okuswerwa obo tuwe na cocktail dance kandi enjwara eri ekicu gete sky blue n'abajwaire ebikwera byonka white aho DJ D atuteera omuziki kandi aboho open bar na cocktail tables obwaho turatembe basi tugende Washington mutuwa kusasura kwe $50 oroloho White House Washington Monument, Martin Luther King Jr. Monument, Lincoln Memorial na African American Museum. Obwaho turabana the Grand Royal Dinner okujwara kuraba ku byobuhangwa aho nkugamba ekanzu embugo Bunyoro Kitara International Convention omwaka guno ogw'2022 n'omurama gubwezire nagwo ogw'ebyobuhangwa eby'entaaya n'ebyobulambuzi hajja kubaho ebyokora nka okubungira embasi ya Uganda omwoleko gw'ebyobuhangwa emisomo ha by'entaaya kiyete trade and investment session hamagita ebyokwombeka ebyobulimi hamu n'ebyobulambuzi obo tuboho n'omusomo gw'ebyeyira n'ebyobuhangwa nka akasaka ak'abaisenkati n'abaisento ebyobuhangwa ebyakara engeso ebiganikyo enfumu ebika.
They get a very big piece of land, like in Bunyoro. They ask our brothers or our sisters in the diaspora, if you have identified, are we going to do passion fruits? Are we doing mangoes? Are we doing bigare? Whatever you decide. How much can my president afford? 50 acres. It can be even tens of miles, but there is somebody supervising it, there is somebody making sure our youth are there, our agriculture assistants and specialists are there. The yields are so much. Somebody has 50 acres, somebody has 10 acres, somebody has 20 acres, and you are able to sell that. Because I still feel I want to diaspora. By the way, they don't even have much money. Some of us at home have more money than them. Real, being sincere. But they want to put together the little they have through the kingdom and invest. If we do, for example, passion fruits, I'm just giving an example, we can even go to the next stage and process. We have our lady of a Bunyoro lady who makes juice. What's the Cheers. These diaspora people can do a lot for us in Europe. Instead of encouraging them to do single things, those issues of supporting partnerships and so on, that's let BKK support our diaspora people, including us in Kampala. I can't afford, I almost fought with my brothers because we have learned and utilized up to today, 27 years since my dad passed on. I've not got even a single acre. And yet I would have done a lot. But if BKK does that, bantu bona bajja kuleta essimu, bona bajja kuba n'ettaka. Ndiyo tetulina Maryland, we have lease. N'omanya ngo ha mayiro bisatu ezo ziro, yo nyinaho eka bisatu. N'obundi mira okutunda bwange bulaba hano. Okwoli bulaba hano. Harumu engundu. I'm sorry, but that's what I'm proposing, and I believe it will resolve most of these we are looking at as big mountains. They are not. We just have to come together and put our money together and work. Thank you.
Webale muno. Ebintu byonna bikwisa n'abantu bikimita adanka representative white aruta otwine hano. Bayitungera ku mayote kitamkemo nawe atugambire kiti. Atusokole.
Webale muno. Bireke kujugumbya abantu ba Bunyoro kuba n'obumeezi obw'okwegondesa n'obw'okwesiiriza kandi nigwo mulingo guno nigwo gubona abakyo tulina okusupport kino kino lwaki tuli hano kwijja tukala omulingo tukusobola kwikiriza ekirooto ekyo lundi okwolekwo kwa Kabumba yatugambire nti mu myaka 3 kwenda okukama buno we buli butumbukiro by'entaahya kandi buli amaanyi nabeka kintu kikulu. Ebitekerezo bingi ebirungi bihanuuro bingi nabeka naitwe hata buli tulanza waitu ababembezi b'okukama kugaruka yetukala omulingo tugenda kuninuura tukabininuura kurungi tukabiteeka mu nkola. Lusebalezeho haki ya research unit utwatandikira omulimu guno tukalora nti hatugambirireho obudungu. When we are given this assignment, we realized that there are a lot of things we needed to do, but we couldn't do them without data. We were talking about baselines. Where are we starting from? Where are we at this point? Where do we want to go? So we need to have data. We need information. And all this information was missing. Fortunately, we've talked to Uganda Bureau of Statistics. We are partnering with them, starting a statistics unit at Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom. And this is going to be, we're going to do it in a very simple way. We have chiefs up to some county levels. How easy it's going to be, because just if you need information, just call a chief and tell him how many people are growing coffee in your area, what's the acre rate, and by evening you've got that information. And what Uganda Bureau of Statistics will help us is just to validate the data and put it into those nice graphs and usable form, and so that can help us. So we are really pursuing that because we realize there isn't much we can do. We've been talking about very many nice things, but we don't know where are we at the moment, where do we want to go, and how can we do it. So that we're working on very well. We've had very many proposals. We've had, of course, all those proposals, and we've had them at the backs of our minds. But now the fact that we are here today and maybe tomorrow, I think this is the beginning of very, very big things which are going to happen in Bunyoro, because we have seen the willingness, which of course we did. That's why we decided to come. To get trolley, abagenzi baitu abali kuno tubajugumbye kujugumbya neko kuteka mukuli twagamba kuteka morale really no mobilize kujugumbya baitu kutukirozere nti haroho willingness haroho tukusobola gwaruka ebintu bitukakona abakyo ngoza kugumya abantu bona abakorasa bali hano kino nti ekitulesere tulasi imitwaro n'imitwaro ya maili kuija hano majile begeni ngamati ugazile ku kyaro kange mparo rundi kaibali hari nikarahati kugamba ati ndo basire mailo mutwaro abantu bakusana kukikiriza kikusoboka abakuba banyire byaro byo mailo 3 mailo 10 kiryangobe kuruga kaibali ziri mailo 5 tugamba nti mailo mutwaro gumu nawe ekitulwatire mailo zine nyingi icyo kujya kurora no kumyangana ngo ekipe kintu kikusoboka kandi tujagarukayo tukore n'amani tule tukitira umukoro we bari no wayita kugambiriza
Ojo bugaro ojo kuno mukisa kutufunirwa amani tolerance twina mukirwa waitu tumwine hano kandi akutugumya we bari muno kutindika orugendo olwo ati kosa bintu bimu magambege twina abantu baitu tugenda kubaza abajja kutuha urubazo rwa financial education baitu ngeza kubayijukya nti oba okuba n'olabaraba mwenyuma aho aliwo ebisiike biri alubajwaho tuyine abantu abaleseke ebintu bya cultural ebyona ali emeeza otagenda otakuzireyo akantu tuyineyo ebintu bingi ebimuntu ebyokusa ebiibo otwala ebyo byona ebintu byomuka byona babiresere so akaire kano mbayinyenda kukaha Mr. Rogers Muyanja ayina mugenzi we Josephine Magezi. Tukialina mugenzi wa Lucy baitu timpulire yo bayinyenda kumusiima tumwongere n'obugaro Lucy we bali muno webale muno kutuhakayire kano
Bunyoro Kitara International Convention omwaka guno ogw'2022 n'omurama gubwezire nago ogw'ebyobuhangwa eby'entahya n'ebyobulambuzi hajja kubaho ebyokora nka okubungira embasa ya Uganda omwoleko gw'ebyobuhangwa emisomo habyentahya kiyete trade and investment session hamagita ebyokwombeka ebyobulimi hamu n'ebyobulambuzi obo tuboho n'omusomo gw'ebyeyira n'ebyobuhangwa nk'akasaka ak'abaisenkati n'abaisento ebyobuhangwa ebyakara engeso ebiganikyo enfumu ebika n'okuswerwa obo tuwe na cocktail dance kandi enjwara eri ekicu gyete sky blue n'abajwaire ebikwera byonka white aho DJ D atuteera omuziki kandi abo
20 batu presenting mu manye itwena hano watu musa igambo kisente waita kwenda kirike nyuma.
Bunyoro Kitara International Convention omwaka guno ogw'2022 n'omurama gubwezire nago ogw'ebyobuhangwa eby'entahya n'ebyobulambuzi hajja kubaho ebyokora
Yes, on Rogers Miyanja, given a kiki, my colleague, tukora hamu. So ngia kuha kazi ndaro kanu my colleague Rogers abanze atugambire, but before he does that, kambaye just a brief introduction. So nikaire munsi muno emyaka 5, and I've done so many things kwatagana n'emirimo, but I got this opportunity to get introduced to this financial company, and I realized that abantu twijja hano nitwikara hano for so many years, and we don't realize that twina potential to actually grow wealth in this country. So twina presentation in Tudiakora just to show you that much as we want to get rich back home, but we can actually grow wealth in this country. And there are so many ways, and time, all we need is time. I'm putting bagezi wanga baikaire hano emyaka 3, and I'm just thinking, emyaka 3, you could have built $1 million by now, just by staying here 30 years. But some of this information, most of us don't know. Bagamanti obutamanya costs us more. So we are trying to get to our communities, just to educate our communities that we can start with a little. Hariho omwogezi agambire nti abantu abali mu diaspora titulina sente. But the fact is, titukwenda sente nyingi kuba bagayiga. We can start with the little that we have and build on that. We just need time to build that wealth. So I'll just hand over to, sorry, Rogers, I took long.
Thank you. My name is, of course, Josephine mentioned. I am not going to trouble myself speaking Bunyoro. Perhaps the next time we come back, I will try. So, like Josephine has mentioned, I will focus on financial literacy education. I know that the conversation today has been, in part, understanding the challenges we have as a people. There are a lot of things that have been spoken about that redefine the legacy of Bunyoro, not only as a kingdom, but as a people. But the key point, and I remember, I think it was the minister who spoke about the aspect of poverty. So how do we align? How do we address the challenges when people are struggling? I think that finances play a very crucial part in the determination of who we become. And so that is why we believe that going forward, if we want the realization of whatever is being put to place to happen, we have to understand how we manage finances, but how we contribute to these causes as well. I think that is one of the ways we are going to be able to contribute in a significant way. I mean, before I start, I think we are looking at contributing to this larger entity, Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom. But if we have very little, that is going to limit how much contribution we can make, right? Yep. But if we understand how to accumulate more money, it is going to position us to make significant contributions, not just for this time, but for a longer period of time. And that is going to redefine the vision the individuals that have put this event together are trying to envision. So with that said, unfortunately we have very little time, and I want to respect your time because you need to eat. So I'm going to be as brief as possible. Perhaps we're always available. We'll leave our information. We conduct presentations. You can invite us to do an online presentation. We do an in-person presentation. I'm glad there are individuals who are interested in education. We'll be getting in touch with you to make sure we thoroughly put a program together. We have workshops, 5 of them, that are free, that you can go in, learn more, and empower yourselves. So that said, I'm going to skip a lot of slides, but let's first go to the first one. A lot of us live in the USA, but we struggle. Next, please. And I'm going to focus on the US. Our organization operates both in the US and Canada. So click on the next, because we are going to focus specifically on the US. No, above. Back a little bit. Back. Okay, one more. No. Okay, go. Just one more. Go behind. Behind. Okay, just go back a little bit. Sorry about that. Just back. There. So now, a lot of people in the diaspora are just getting by. We live paycheck to paycheck. We somehow contribute back home, but it leaves us with nothing. And that is why I want us to be intentional, so that whatever initiatives we are doing, we are going to be thorough once we understand what to do, so that we make significant contributions and in a very sustainable way. Because the cause, to tell you the truth, I respect the vision that was put together by a team that put this event together, because these conversations are crucial. That is how we start. Now, almost 80% of Americans are feeling financial stress. A lot of us are there. Everything we are making, we make 100,000 a year. By the end of the year, when you're doing your taxes, you have nothing. Have you felt that? 50,000 a year, you have nothing. Because you never understood how to manage money. Make sense? Now, more than half are living paycheck to paycheck, and 62% are carrying credit card debt. We owe so much, which means a lot of money we are making is actually going toward paying those financial institutions that are actually doing better. And that is why we are going to work hard all our lives and retire poor, because we never understood how to manage money. Make sense? So, that is why we need to be educated. Next. We live in the wealthiest country in the world, but people are still struggling with money. And like I said, we are going to work hard all our lives and retire poor because we never understood how to manage money. We are raising our children, but not putting any plans together. And that is why, when these kids get to college, we will have nothing. And then all we'll do is recommend them to get student loans. And what happens? We get back into that cycle. They get a student loan, get into college. After college, they are knee-deep in debt. These causes we are putting together, we are never going to be able to significantly contribute if we never understand how to plan. Makes sense? And so, how do we make strides? First, when we go to the next slide, you're going to realize that the wealth, the income gap has increased over a longer period of time. Since 1991, we had about less than $25 trillion. And today it's almost $150 trillion. But when you look at 50% of the population are the purple line, you see down here. Most of us are there. We haven't made any strides. They talk about the middle income gap, middle income group. That isn't there anymore. Most of us are just a paycheck away from becoming homeless. Okay? So, 90% are from the purple line to the cream line. So 90% of the population own less than half of the wealth. And the other 10% own the majority. Which means we have to understand first, how are the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer? Because if we cannot understand that dynamic, the status quo is going to stay the same. And that is why we have to become educated, because we are in the wealthiest country in the world, meaning there are opportunities. We have just shut ourselves out. Make sense? Next. Again and again. Okay, so there is a list of millionaires that was released recently by Credit Suisse, and US ranks #1. Most of us are here. Okay? almost 40%, we have 21 millionaires, 951,000. The biggest, okay? Which means a lot of us could be able to become millionaires if we only understood how to do it. And we can save our way into becoming millionaires if we know how. Make sense? So, next, because I want to respect your time, I'm not going to do so much. I just want to be very brief. So, they say most of the millionaires in this country are not celebrities. They are not people who inherited their wealth. And they are not fancy people who are showing off all the time. Next, they are just average individuals just like you and me. But you know what they did? They acquired knowledge, put a plan in place, and knew that they had time. Josephine spoke about time. They had time to work with, and they were very consistent. A lot of us try to save up. Whatever savings that build up, we deplete them because we assume, oh, I will save again. And before you know it, you haven't been able to save again. So how can we change that? We have to understand that we need knowledge, we need to put a plan in place, and we have to be consistent. That is how we are going to change the status quo. So, now, I will go straight. I'm going to skip a lot of these. I will do a thorough presentation, very informative. But let's go to the financial foundation. So go to next, and next. I'll tell you when to stop. So these are some of the poor habits, by the way, that we have. A lot of us don't budget. If I asked one of you, if you remember where you spent your money last month, you're not going to remember everything. And the truth is, if we are not tracking our expenses, chances are we are outspending ourselves every time. We are spending everything we are making. Is that right? Okay, and that is why we make 100,000 a year and have nothing. Okay? Next is a lot of people do not have financial goals for retirement. We don't plan for retirement. Unfortunately, we come from cultures or countries where retirement is not a key component of our planning, because our retirement are our children. And so we don't plan about it. All we are doing is taking them to school, hoping they'll take care of us. Perhaps my parents thought I would be a pilot or something. I am not. And so we want to change that kind of approach and realize better outcomes. When we become sick, we don't have any plans to protect our income. Fortunately, in this country, there are measures that have been put in place so that even if you became sick and disabled, you could protect your income and still have that income. Like I said,
Bunyoro Kitara International Convention omwaka guno ogw'2022
our employers or union or governments. Some people have jobs that have union backing, and we get so confident, I have a union job, I'm all set. The truth is you're not, because the union is not interested in your future. The government is absolutely not. And so you have to understand that if that future is in your hands, you have to understand how to make money. You also have to understand, am I making enough or not? But whatever you're making, save at least 10 to 25%. And save it in platforms where it is able to accumulate. Some of us do not know that there are platforms where we can save money and be able to borrow against our money without penalties. Or you can borrow from your money. You can create your own bank and fund institutes or organizations or entities or causes like this one. You create a legacy, you contribute significantly to your community and change it while you're using systems that have been established that a lot of people are using, but we are not. Okay? And so accumulation of money is key, but also protection of money. Most of us do not know that when we die in this country, everything we have put together, our children may never get to it. Because the first thing that happens, the probate court will seize your assets. And the creditors have 60 days within which they can come and claim the things you have put together. Now the probate court will divide your estate. So your chances are that your children may get nothing, or they may get a bill. Okay? Because debts don't die. Some of us owe money and we are thinking, maybe when we die that changes, or when we leave this country and go, that changes. It won't. Our children will inherit those debts. So we have to learn to plan around that. How can we protect our estate so that even creditors can't get to it? Let's be educated. Okay? Next. Josephine spoke about becoming educated so you can become your own money manager, because not knowing is extremely expensive. Next is we should understand how money works. And next. We have to understand how money works, because it is one way we can make money work for us. So we have 24 hours in a day. A fair share of that time we are resting. The other time we have personal connections, social engagements. Okay? Then the other share of the time we are actually working. Then how can we learn how to utilize every time that we have, be it resting or engaging others? How can we learn how to make our money work for us, regardless of what we are doing? That is how we understand investments. I know this convention has focused on 3 core things: culture, trade, and investment. And to tell you the truth, for me, these are the core. Because without culture, we are nothing. A lot of us are what we are because of where we come from. And when we lose that, you have nothing. So to be able to become guided, we need that. But also we need financial positioning, so that every decision we make, we are confident in it, because we are able to run it. Make sense? Next. So, how can we build wealth? We have to understand the financial foundation. There are 4 components to it. The first is we have to learn how to protect ourselves. How can we protect our families? And we are going to go back, we'll go into details on that. Next is we have to understand debts. There are good debts and there are bad debts. How can we understand? There is no way you can invest or save when you incur debt. The average interest rate on debts or credit card is 18%. Do you know any investment that guarantees you 18%? None. Which means if we consistently accrue debt, chances are we are going to deplete every investment. The debts are going to consume whatever we are trying to put together. And that is why we have to understand how debts work. Next is we have to learn how to build emergency funds. A lot of us, before I became introduced to this, I used to save about 5,000, 6,000, and I was so confident I had some savings for emergencies. But we have to understand what is enough when it comes to emergency funds. And lastly, we have to learn how to invest, because we can never succeed unless we understand how to invest. And I appreciate that the kingdom looks at investment as an alternative, because investments are a driving force. They are economic factors that are crucial. So if we embrace investments, we are changing. And so on a personal level, understanding how to build a financial foundation is crucial. You have to do all of those. But like building a house, next, we have to start from the ground up. Now, a lot of us are doing something, but we are only investing. Now, when you get sick, or become disabled, or person, without these others, that financial house will collapse. So understanding how to build a consolidated financial foundation is going to be key. So let's go next 3 times. Next. I'm going to do that as the last. Actually, I'm going to do the financial foundation next. There. So when I talk about the financial foundation, here is what we mean. First, protection. Next. With protection, you have to learn how to protect your income, your health, and your assets. I spoke about that. And we can go in details on what that entails. Then next is debts. I spoke about understanding how to get out of debt. Okay? So we educate or we show families how to get out of debt. We help them get out of debt or pay off their debts faster. An example is, we have a hypothetical case which is coming up next. Let's say I have a client who has the following. They have a mortgage of $338,000 balance, and that is how much they're paying monthly. Maybe they have 361 months. Can I stand here? So they have 360. Financial strategy, or rather, personal financial strategy. We first help them track their income and expenses. Like I said earlier, you cannot be able to manage your finances unless you understand how much you make and how much you spend. So then let's say we find extra $100. So we shall apply just $100. So we see that they are paying $2,782 every month towards these debts, right? So what we do is we find 100 and attack these debts from the smallest to the biggest. So we start with the 150 credit card. Maybe that's a credit card from a bank, okay, or Macy's or something. So you apply 100, instead of paying 10, you ask them to pay next 110. That means they will pay off that debt. Instead of paying for 19 months, they will pay it off in 2 months next. Okay? So now we've paid that off. Okay? Now we have extra 110 that we are going to apply to the next debt, which is the home improvement. Maybe that's a Home Depot credit card. Okay? Instead of paying 50, you'll ask them to pay 160. Okay? And then they will pay off that debt in 10 months instead of 38. So like that, we continue all the way to the mortgage. Continue all the way. Okay? Then, by just using $100, we increase the monthly payment toward our debts from $2,782 to $2,882, right? But you want to see what the difference that brings? So, by just applying $100 through this debt roll-up strategy, we are going to reduce the payment period from 30 years to 17 and a half. Almost half. Now you can imagine what 100 can do. Supposing people can learn how to apply more, or if we can show them how they can be able to apply more, a lot of us could live debt-free and be able to build legacies and live better. Okay? Now, next is emergency fund. So we have to learn how to build an emergency fund. So we usually recommend you start with 3 months of your income. Let's say you make $3,000 a month. Your first goal is going to be $9,000. So it doesn't mean save $9,000. It means start saving a part of your income, maybe $200 every month or $300. Create that consistency. Put it aside into that emergency fund. But the goal is to get to $9,000. If anything happens, you have that money available. If you're fired at your job, you can be able to get by while you look for something else. Make sense? Once you hit 3 months, go to 6 months. Now, formerly we would recommend a year. Now we've recommended 2 years because COVID has redefined that. We've stuck with COVID for 2 years, over 2 years. Now we are recommending, we do. Some people have not been able to get back into work. So now we are recommending, look at how much you make a year multiplied by 2, and eventually, over a longer period of time, that will be your goal. Make sense? And we can talk about where you can put that money because of interest of time. I just want to get out of that. So let's go to investments. We have to learn to save and invest. Now we have a hypothetical case. How many of you here are 30 years and below? None? Ah. How many are 30 years and below? Less than 30. Okay. Okay. Above 30. The rest of the room except one. Okay, so let's look at a hypothetical case. This person makes $60,000 every year. So perhaps we come up with a strategy of saving just 10% of that, which is going to be $6,000 every year. Make sense? You think if I make $60,000, saving $6,000 would be tough? No, of course not. So which is ideally $500 or $17 a day. How many of you can save $17 a day? Oh, okay. Now, yes. So if you save $17 a day, next, if this person, let's say, was 30 years old and they did that for 30 years, by their age 60, if they saved in a platform that gives them 8%, they will have $745,000. But if you calculated how much they will have saved, 6,000 times 30 years is 180,000. Doesn't that change everything? If they put it in a platform that gives them 10% interest, compounding interest, they would have over $1 million. You see how saving can actually make us millionaires. All you did is created a plan of saving at least $500 every month. For the next 30 years, you already have $1 million. And that can give you over 50,000 annual income lifetime as long as you live when you retire. You can retire comfortably. Okay? And supposing they hit 60 and they decided to let their retirement continue to accumulate. Okay? The 8% is going to double in 9 years, which means it's going to be $1.5 million. And then the 10% doubles in 7 years, which means they will have more than $2 million, which gives them over 100,000 income lifetime, and they still live more than 2 million if they pass on. That is how we can change legacies. Now you can have, when I worked for a non-profit, as I conclude, before I did this, I was working as a community relations manager for an organization. So I used to raise money for a non-profit organization. And I learned, I had over 900 donors. None of them looked like me. But one thing I learned is that they were donating to the organization over 100,000 every year, committed donations. 50,000, 10,000 every year. They were not donating because they wanted to, or they had so much. They were donating because they had made so much money for the purposes of offsetting taxes. They wanted to donate. How about if we make so much money, and so that for the purposes of offsetting taxes, we can donate this money to the causes that we believe in? Doesn't that change everything? This is how we are going to change our communities as well as ourselves. So, because I'm out of time, there is so much more. We can talk about taxes, we can talk about retirement, we can talk about social security. Actually, our organization is the only organization in this country that is certified to become registered social security analysts, meaning we help people who are due for retirement to be able to apply for social security and optimize or maximize how much you're going to make or to earn. So, aside from that, I would like to take a pause and unless someone has questions.
Thank you so much.
Bunyoro Kitara International Convention omwaka guno ogw'2022 n'omulamwa gubwezire nagwo ogw'ebyobuhangwa eby'entaahya n'ebyobulambuzi hajja kubaho ebyokora nka okubungira embasi ya Uganda omwoleko gw'ebyobuhangwa emisomo ha by'entaahya.
Any question? Two people. First, lady. Second,
Bunyoro Kitara International Convention omwaka guno ogw'2022 n'omulamwa gubwezire nagwo ogw'ebyobuhangwa eby'entaahya n'ebyobulambuzi hajja kubaho ebyokora nka okubungira embase ya Uganda omuleko gw'ebyobuhangwa emisomo ha by'entaahya.
Question number one. We've heard so much, and I don't know, I don't think I heard the background of this company, but we've heard a lot of Ugandans have made businesses, but some people are so hesitant to come forth to join those organizations or to work with them because of the issue of privacy. Because sometimes when people come, like me, I'm a Ugandan, and I have a Ugandan who is in the company, they tend to share my personal information to the community. And a lot of people are very hesitant to come for such thing because of the gambo and so I think that's really an issue, and I think it needs to be addressed, privacy. And then a second thing is we would like to have business cards, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So, the aspect of privacy, the business we are affiliated to is extremely regulated. The financial industry in this country is regulated on two fronts, on the federal level as well as the state level. So I guarantee everyone in this room that when you work with us, I cannot speak for others, I can only speak for us, that we guarantee that your information is private because it is protected. It's protected by HIPAA laws. And for those who work in the healthcare industry, you understand that. So every information you share with us is protected. We guarantee you will not be able to hear that anywhere else. So that is the guarantee I can give all of you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. Nkokungambire ke abayiroho lady from I don't know from where. Atika aka chance kayo mkuru waitu wekitienesi.
My name is That means you touch people's hearts very closely because all of us are culprits or candidates. So I'm requesting, kindly please share that what you can share on our email. Because you're a bit too fast, but the thing is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Like I said, if you can put on a Zoom, I'll be more than happy to come back, and we'll be slower because we were being rushed out of time. I know a lot of people are hungry. You want to go and eat something, so that is why I was trying to be as fast as possible. I'm sorry about
that. Thank you. This was a chance. Actually, Rogers and Josephine offered to come and highlight some issues we normally face in financial. So, program immediately. Hati tutahire mukayire ka lunch. So tugenda kukora tugenda lunch. Baitu tukyayinayo olubazo lw'amaani muno. Tukyayinayo how to get started in Uganda. Tujja kuhuura Andrew Kasaija yeri n'atugambira engeri ki omuntu yosa kutandika kweyombeka Uganda. Then tukyayinayo manufacturing and processing Bunyoro. Olwo olubazo lujja kuba lwa Justin Stewart Mwesigwa Atenyi tubaye tumwino wana aroho. Then tulinayo olubazo lwa American Chamber of Commerce aroho ngira mbayini mu rubata mugenzi waitu aikara Uganda ogwo empako ya kiki abayingi mbaine mu meeting ogwo nawe ainayo olubazo lwa American Chamber of Commerce then ogwajagala kuwaho Mrs. Meg Mrs. Meg Albert Akiki then tuinayo African Chamber of Commerce Dr. Omar Benjamin Abe baitinga muweno hano aro yes baitu physically or okay One slide baitu aija kubaza after lunch so nisima inywena ababairoho naitu hano mwatubakaire nisima buhona abatukaire ka chance ba representinga kandi kindi bojo mutega matu ebintu bireme kubarabaho ebintu bino biri so important okungambire getuleke kwemera hano kuija kubihondera omuntu wena kwenda slide zino tugenda kuziteeka nanka a website zona ngokutu ziboine hati zijagenda website so that tuwe kuzifuna baita kaire kano projected yomugirora nebyome biri hali tubaire twina Mr. Hadi ogo no baina tuoleka na controlling na abantu bona bali Uganda tuweho obugaro bojoywe webale muno kandi enyuma mbyoma biri bayitwina yo DJD na mugenzi we bojo bugaro tubage tweralikira nti otwatandika this presentation abantu ba Uganda baja kuchweka but it didn't happen. That was a successful gonze tubaye tubatira ngwire babatandikisa late but at least we didn't have an episode baita kaire kano baini saba nti tukiai nayo ebirungi muno ebikuija after lunch katugenda lunch tutanyire go wire bwa lunch atinze nuzigenda kuka saha 8 katugaruke hano saha 9 bojo mutalemera yo saha 9 zonyini tube tuli hano
Bunyoro Kitara International Convention omwaka guno ogw'2022 n'omurama gubwezire nago ogw'ebyobuhangwa ebyentahya n'ebyobulambuzi hajja kubaho ebyokora nka okubungira embasi ya Uganda omwoleko gw'ebyobuhangwa emisomo habyentahya kiyete trade and investment session hamagita ebyokwombeka ebyobulimi hamu n'ebyobulambuzi obo tuboho n'omusomo gw'ebyeyira n'ebyobuhangwa nka akasaka ak'abaisenkati n'abaisento ebyobuhangwa ebyakara engeso ebiganikyo enfumu ebika n'okuswerwa obo tuwe na cocktail dance kandi enjwara eri ekicu gete sky blue n'abajwaire ebikwera byonka white aho DJD atuteera omuziki kandi aboho open bar na cocktail tables obwawo turatembe basi tugende Washington mutuwa kusasura kwe $50 oroloho White House Washington Monument, Martin Luther King Jr. Monument, Lincoln Memorial na African American Museum. Obwawo turabana the Grand Royal Dinner okujwara kuraba ku byobuhangwa aho nkugamba ekanzu embugo n'emyenagiro turabana emizano okuruga mu basigazi olunyege n'entogoro tibira buroho turabana amakondere Royal Dance Performance amazina gaitu aga Bunyoro kandi nawo turabana DJ Kasdi atongere omuziki ahamu na Sara Ndagire Amoti okwesoroza kuno kuratwala ebiro bina kuruga kibanza mpaka ebiro bina okumusanju kandi kurawa n'okwitirana abo mu bukama Better Kingdom officials haloho ba prince na princesses okusasura kuraba kwe $210 otaferwa hangiriza gutamba entale ya Bunyoro